All right, welcome. We're going to start our September 15th, 2020 Lake County Board of Supervisors meeting. Thank everyone for joining us. I know I would like to ask the rest of the board if they have any other dedications. I do have a dedication today for a moment of silence, but I want to ask if there are any others from Board of Supervisors, any of the supervisors? No?
I'm not sure, Supervisor Simon, if yours is the same as mine, so why don't you go ahead and...
Yeah, well, today, obviously, I was going to use a moment of silence to commemorate the 5-year anniversary of the Valley Fire.
Okay, I was thinking specifically the victims that lost their lives in the fire,
Yep.
but did you want to name them?
Yeah.
Did you want to go ahead and name them, or did you want me to?
You can go ahead and name them. I will talk about the statistics and the time if that's fine. I did have those down, but go ahead, Rob, if you want to do that too. That's fine with me. I think we can do it both.
So we had
affect both of our districts.
District 1 constituents, Barbara McWilliams, Leonard Neft, and Bruce Burns, and District 5 resident Robert Fletcher, and as of today, Robert Lichman still has not been recovered.
Yeah. Excellent. And I was just going to go over some of the statistics. It started at 1 p.m. September 12th. We had the 4 deaths and the 1 missing individual, just read by Supervisor Brown. Destroyed 19,055 structures were destroyed. 4 firefighters were hurt during the fight or injured, which have been recovered. 76,000 acres were destroyed. It burned 10,000 acres between 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. And by the 13th, it had burned 50,000 acres. It was fully contained, the Valley Fire, on October 15th. It was the 3rd worst fire in California's history. For locally here, doing about $1.5 billion worth of damage. And 1,281 homes were destroyed. Today is the dedication of the 5-year anniversary, which we're still recovering from, but it also shows the resilience of Lake County's citizens and the folks that were affected by it. So if we could please stand by the moment of silence, for a moment of silence, greatly appreciate it. Supervisor Brown, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I will, thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, moving on with our agenda, number 4. Are there any extra items not appearing on the posted agenda for today's meeting?
None that have been brought to my attention, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. None to mine either. So move forward with number 5, approval of the consent agenda. Consent agenda items are usually non-controversial. We move through. Are there any items that need to be pulled from the board?
I'm asking that 5.14 be pulled, please.
Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and ask the public, are there any items from the public that need to be pulled from the consent agenda item? Consent agenda calendar, I apologize. Jake, can you open the room or?
Yes, I will unmute the Zoom floor here. I have sent an unmute request out to the Zoom floor. If you would like to make a comment, please start by stating your first and last name.
This is item 5 on our agenda, the consent agenda item. If there's any item like to be pulled from the public, please do so at this point. Okay, Jake, let's go ahead and close the room back up. And I do see we have someone in the boardroom. So Supervisor Sabatier, I don't see anybody getting up, but just double check. We'll bring it back to the board chambers. Is there anyone in board chambers who would like to pull an item from the consent agenda calendar?
It does not appear that anybody in the public wishes to pull an item from the consent agenda.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close it up and we'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve items 5.1 through 5.13 and 5.15 through 5.18.
Second.
Been a motion and a second. Johanna, could you go ahead and do the roll call vote?
Yes. Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott? Aye. Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
And Supervisor Simon?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Johanna. Okay, we're going to go ahead then, and we'll just go ahead and address item 5.14. Supervisor Brown?
We can push this back till later on the agenda.
Okay, you'd like to address it later?
Well,
Okay.
it's fine. I mean, it might take a while, and the sheriff probably needs to be on and all that, so.
The sheriff is in the room.
Sheriff,
You may want to ask him his availability.
Yeah. Sheriff Martin, yeah, are you available later on in the agenda today, or,
I'm available now, or I can come back later.
okay. Yeah, that's why I was going to bring it up, is we can just go right into it right now if we could.
Well, I would, that's fine. I'll be honest with you, they've changed my password here, and I've got to figure out what it is now so I can get back on it, so.
Yeah, that
So,
can be a challenge sometimes.
yeah, fortunately, I think this is the last time that I need to deal with it, but.
I will make a
Yeah.
request for one more.
And so interestingly enough, our very efficient staff changed the password, but she sent it to me in an email, and I can't open my email to find out what it is, so.
Oh,
Because
So I believe Rose,
because I need my password.
the administrative office is monitoring
is.
the meeting. Rose, if you're hearing this, please come in and assist.
No, she
Supervisor.
can just text it to me, that's fine.
okay. Then, Rob, we will go ahead and move forward.
Yeah,
Then
let's
let's
do it.
go ahead and we will move forward with our two items. Sheriff Martin, if you could please hold while we're trying to get some technical difficulties filled out or figured out here. Been through those myself, and I know it is a challenge sometimes. So I think what we'll do is we'll go ahead and do public input. If it's not fixed, we'll go ahead and do COVID-19, our update from Dr. Pace, and then after that, we'll address 5.14. So I didn't see any public input forms that filled out at this point, and I would just like to confirm that if someone I see someone in board chambers, and they may have filled something out. So I will go ahead and do our public input at this point. Item 6.1.
And we do have somebody here in the chamber that
Chair.
did fill out a piece of paper.
Chair Simon,
Yes.
Jen with Health submitted a public input form for Denise to speak.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. And I see Denise right now, so Denise, go ahead.
Good morning, Supervisors and Chair Simon. I just wanted to take this opportunity to introduce to your board and to the public our new Environmental Health Director. He is on the call. Craig Weatherby was the successful candidate in our interview processes that we just completed last week. He will step into that role effective immediately. Craig has been with the department for over 4 years, about 4.5 years. He is a Navy veteran where he was an intelligence specialist in the Navy. He has his state licensed environmental health license, which is a requirement for this position. He has a bachelor's in biological science, and he has been our hazmat materials specialist for the county for the last 4.5 years. And he has a lot of experience with our debris cleanups and our hazardous waste. He's the one that goes out anytime they find anything out on any grows or anything to deal with all those hazardous materials. So it's my pleasure to have him as our new H director. And I know he's on.
Yes, I am.
Let's introduce him.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I am so excited and I'm really looking forward to serving Lake County in this capacity. I'm stoked, so.
Thank you for stepping up.
Thank you, board.
Thank you and congratulations.
And Mr. Chair, we did have a public comment here in the boardroom as well.
Okay.
Sir, go ahead.
Is this on? Okay. Good morning. My name is Bob Dodson. I'm from the Bay Area, and I have been a part-time resident in Lake County for the past 7 years. During that time, I have observed an abundance of litter, garbage piles, and abandoned cars, boats, trailers, and RVs on Lake County roadsides. I have contacted the Lake County Sheriff's Department on several occasions to report abandoned vehicles. It has taken several weeks to several years for these items to be removed. They are a blight to our beautiful Clear Lake community, and over time the vehicles become vandalized, dismantled, and new garbage is often placed in or around them. This past weekend, I posted photos of an abandoned car along with 2 large piles of garbage on Soda Bay Road near Soda Bay on the Lake County Community Awareness Facebook page. The suggestions were extensive, passionate, and constructive, including help from Caltrans, local inmates, volunteers, free dump days, and free or reduced dump fees for low-income residents and volunteers. I learned about the CC4C, Citizens Caring for Clear Lake, and would like to learn more about Lake County's procedures, plans, and efforts to reduce this problem. I'm a retired school principal, and I'm willing to help organize efforts to address this problem. I can be reached at 925-822-2627. Thank you.
Thank you. I do see that we do have one more hand up in the virtual room, Kathy McCarthy. And
I've sent a unmute request to Kathy. Kathy, if you're unmuted, will you please confirm your first and last name?
Kathleen McCarthy.
Hi, yes, we can hear you.
Hi, I am Kathleen McCarthy, and I am the sitting chair of the Cobb Area Council. And I just wanted to take the opportunity, in light of your dedication today, to just acknowledge our continued recovery and growth in Cobb since the devastation that was the Valley Fire. And I'd also like to acknowledge everyone who has supported and contributed to the recovery of Cobb, and not only our friends and families from afar, but also the businesses and the local service organizations and the individuals who continue to make the health and recovery of Cobb a priority. Also, as you know, we're all aware of our entire West Coast is suffering wildfires right now. And we hope that this example that the people of Cobb has set forth can be an inspiration to other communities who are facing similar challenges. Also, at the same time, we take lessons from these current wildfires, that it's important to continue to fortify ourselves against the threat of wildfire. It's ongoing. Thank you.
thank you, Kathy. Okay, at this point that finalizes the public input. We'll go ahead and close public input. This morning, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the board for our next item. Our next item on the agenda is our 6.2, our 9:02 a.m. consideration of an update on COVID-19. Dr. Gary Pace.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Supervisors. Thank you very much for this chance to speak again. I'm having a little bit of an unstable internet connection, so if I get problems, I'll cut off my video, but I'll keep it on for now and see how it goes. We are now at 416 total cases in the county, 40 active cases, a total of 7 deaths. Two people are in the hospital, but they're all out of county at this point. The situation continues along with, new cases each day, some community spread, things going on. We do have an outbreak in one of the senior residential facilities, which has gotten, fairly significant. There's been 24 total residents that have tested positive. 14 of those are active. The others have come off of contagion control. 4 people, unfortunately, have died in this outbreak, and so that's part of the total 24. And 12 staff have tested positive. So, this is something that we have been working hard to prevent. All 3 facilities have been putting a lot of effort into trying to keep the infection out of the facility. But, this situation got in, and now it's gotten a foothold. The facility has been working hard with us, with the local public health department, and also with the state officials to try to keep things under control and try to contain things. They've set up a special COVID wing, and all the folks that are positive have gone there, and they've got dedicated staff for that one area. And we're not sure whether it's actually contained at this point or whether it's continuing to spread. Part of what happens is there's a protocol for testing where every staff and resident gets tested weekly now until it gets under control. The state did come in, the experts in the residential facility outbreaks came in and reviewed all the policies and procedures and basically felt like things were good and they were doing the best they could. And now it's just a matter of continuing to hold tight, and eventually these things do get under control. Unfortunately, there's been this loss of life, and there may be some more before it's all said and done. This is a very vulnerable population. And in some areas, the vast majority of deaths are in the nursing facilities. And now over half of our deaths have been in there. And like I said, there may be more. So we are concerned about this and doing the best we can. Sometimes people feel like they want to take their loved one out of the facility and take them home. And you sort of have to balance out now the risk of being in a congregate living facility versus the care needs to be that people need at home. I mean, so it's probably worth if that's something you're thinking about, it's probably worth a conversation with your medical provider and to try to see if you can get things established at home. But it's it's a risk benefit sort of weighing for a lot of these folks, and it's a very, very difficult process for a family to have to think through all this. And so it's I'm sure it's very hard for a lot of folks now. So it's there's also been one case identified in the jail, and that's been I think the sheriff has a press release coming out soon, and so you'll get more information about that. But there's a protocol in place, and all is going forward with that in a good fashion as well. So hopefully that can get contained. The context statewide and regionally is improving. We're seeing that the cases are down throughout California, and the death rate is dropping, and the test positivity is dropping. So all of this is a good sign. Sonoma County, it's similar. That seems to be the test positivity, case rates, and deaths are also dropping there. The state now has really got this tier system in place that just got in place within the last couple weeks, and they're still kind of adjusting some of the variables around the data. But we continue to be at the red tier. I think the next announcement will be coming out probably this morning about what adjustments are being made. But as far as we can tell, we're still in the same tier. Our data continues in the same situation now, so I'm not too concerned that anything's going to switch at this point. Sometimes there's been some conversation I've heard about trying to push back on the state about some of the variables and some of they shouldn't be counting the nursing home cases in our numbers and all that. And I've been part of a lot of discussions around with other counties kind of pushing against the state, especially the smaller counties. And there has not been a whole lot of openness to changing those things. They feel like that the metrics that they put in place are good and that they want to keep moving forward, I think, with that. But we can still continue those conversations. But I think I would just encourage us as much as possible to keep putting our efforts into what we can do locally and trying to work within this metric system, because I think overall it's pretty reasonable. So again, we're in the red tier, the second most restrictive tier, which allows some indoor dining, some indoor movie theaters, some indoor activity, but but it's only about 25% of capacity. If we move to the next tier, which would be the orange tier, that would expand to 50%. Our numbers have not improved at that level, and when they do improve, they have to stay that way for 2 weeks before we can actually make the move. So we seem to be at the level that the data is pointing us to, and it's been consistent for probably 6 to 8 weeks at this point. And I think probably realistically, this is a pretty good place for us. The other piece of this is that the social gathering guidance is where the social gatherings are, where a lot of the transmission is. So this is parties or weddings or funerals or things where people from outside of one household are coming together. The state's been working on some guidance around that to loosen it up, because right now basically nothing's allowed from the state, but we all know it's going on, and we've been trying to actually coach people on how to do it as safely as possible. The state keeps trying to get some guidance out to us where there seems to be some disagreement at the state level, and so they haven't come out with anything clear at this point. So we'll just continue doing what we're doing, which is trying to support people to have some sort of social life and activity outside, but to do it as safely as possible. But we are seeing some transmission in these settings. So in terms of our response locally, the data, we are continuing to work with the data. The website is going to change over by Friday, where we're going to, the hub that you've been seeing up till now is going to disappear, and it's going to go to on our website. The same numbers will be on there, and it should be in a format that's helpful for everybody. If people don't like it, or they see some things that they don't understand, please contact us through the email site, the daily email site. But that should happen on Friday. There's a link to get you over there, and we're hoping that all is a smooth transition. But again, it's not changing any of the information. It's just trying to streamline it and bring it straight in from the state. There's a new measure that's being talked about at the state level that's going to be added to the tier system. Right now, the main data points that are relevant are the test positivity rate, so the percentage of tests that are done that are positive, and the second one is the new cases per day. And so those two are the ones that they're really looking at to determine which tier you're on. There's going to be a third measure that they're rolling out. Again, they're having some disagreement, I think, at the state level on exactly what that would look like, but it's called a health equity measure. The idea is that the more vulnerable groups in the community need to be getting the same level of services as the more well-off groups, and that could be divided up different ways, by income level, or by census tract, or by race and ethnicity. So the state's gotten very interested in this and wanting to make sure that all the different communities in a county are being treated fairly, and so some of the poorer folks are not being left behind. The way they're kind of framing it is that you have to meet the health equity measures to be able to move forward to a less restrictive tier. And but it looks like what they're doing is, if the county is under 105,000 people, that they're not going to use the regular formula that they've been working out, and they're going to have some other measures in place, but they have not really said what they are. So I just kind of wanted to introduce this, that this is something that's on the table. It will affect us. We're not really sure how it's going to affect us at this point. And it looks like they're going to have a 6-week lag time. Once they put it into effect, it's not going to really have teeth for 6 weeks. One of the pieces of that is they are suggesting that they're going to really want to have race and ethnicity data made public. So from a public health point of view, usually you include race and ethnicity in terms of the number of tests that are done and the number of cases that are out. What percentage of that is in the Latino population? What percentage of that is in the African American population? What percentage of that is in the Native American population? And we have chosen not to do that, even though we are kind of tuning into it. But it looks like the state is going to encourage us to go ahead and do that and penalize us if we don't. So just again, to put that out there for conversation purposes and so we can understand what everybody's thinking about that, but that seems to be coming down. In terms of testing, the turnaround time is good now. It's really turning around in 2 to 3 days for the most part. The demand continues to be down, so the test sites have a lot of capacity if people feel like they need to get tested, want to get tested. Verily was closed last week, I think for 1 day, maybe 2 days because of air quality, but they were open again yesterday. And the state is doing long-term plans for the labs, and also it looks like they're probably going to continue some sort of stand-up testing sites in the counties starting October 1st. The contract that they have now goes through the end of September, so really only a couple more weeks, but all indications are that they're going to have something continuing forward. It may look a little different than it does now, but we're hopeful about this. And the last part about testing is we are in conversation with the schools about how to help them get the teachers and the staff tested as they open up for on-site learning. So contact tracing, which is a really important part of the public health response, we are able to keep up with the cases now. We're getting some support from the state to get the contact tracing done. There's been a rise in cases the last week or so, which is kind of pushing everybody to the limit, but it seems to be okay so far. The housing situation is still pretty good. The juvenile hall is going quite well with Elijah House. They're seeing 20 plus people a day that are their regular folks there. The contract ends at the end of September, but Todd and over at Behavioral Health is working to continue it moving forward on a month-to-month basis. So we're hopeful that the services are going to continue going forward. The Elijah House is interested in continuing to work with us, and they're really doing a great job. And Hope Center in Clear Lake, I believe, is slated to be ready to go on November 1st, but that's the other end of the lake and a different situation. But we're optimistic about those services coming into the community as well. So in terms of the hospitals, the two patients that are currently hospitalized are out of county, so there's no real impact on hospital beds from COVID at this point. And we are coming out, so we're very concerned about the flu season coming in, because if the flu cases increase a lot during this season, it's going to really hammer the hospitals, and between flu and COVID, it could be a bit of an overwhelming situation. Strongly encouraging everybody to go out and get their flu shots. We are going to be putting an order out this week that all the healthcare workers at the hospitals, the nursing homes, and the clinics are going to have to get a flu shot. In the past, we've allowed masking to be an option, but I just think at this point, because of all the risks involved, we just need to go forward with mandatory flu shots unless somebody has a clear medical indication that they need to get their medical provider to write a note, and then I have to approve it. So we'll have to go through that whole process, because there are some other options that people may not be aware of. So the nursing facilities, again, are doing pretty well. The one that's has the outbreak is managing kind of with their staffing at this point, and we have had the state experts kind of in to help with it. And then the last part of this is the fire and the smoke and the sheltering issues. The air quality has been terrible the last week or so. We're hoping for some relief here in the near future, but overall, reasonably stable, especially compared to looking at the other parts of the state, Oregon. So, the last segment here is just talking about ongoing activities, how we're going to manage this pandemic over the coming months. The recovery group continues to meet on Mondays, but we're going to switch to once a month, because so much of the activity now is going to be kind of supporting the businesses, trying to help the businesses survive and thrive going into the winter here, and coming up with strategies to help with that. And so a lot of that's going to be going on in some of the economic committees around that are being held. The Blue Collar Committee is one of them. And the schools are, a couple of them are open now. Some of the others are sort of trying to figure out ways to do it safely. But it's a very challenging environment to work on this on. So they are open now, but we're talking about on-site learning, and so there's a lot of attempts at trying to make remote learning as robust as possible. And I think that there's varying degrees of success with that. Of course, Halloween is coming up, so there's discussions about how to try to make Halloween be something that people can do, but to have it as safe as possible. So I encourage any groups that are considering Halloween activities to really focus on drive-by if at all possible, or ways to drop things off, ways that there's a lot less contact and a lot less congregation, because the virus is out there. It's going to be there at Halloween, and we would hate to see that be a big point of spread. And the last thing I just want to mention is that we're trying to work with the businesses to how to deal with this, how to deal when you get a employee that's positive or cases that are reported positive. There's a packet that we put together that's now on the website. We can send it to you by paper if you want. We are encouraging businesses when they do have a case to be transparent with the public, because I think more transparency is better. If people trust that when you do have a case, you're going to let them know that if they don't hear anything, that's going to be a good sign. But overall, we're doing reasonably well with a few kind of challenging areas, and it continues to be a full-on effort with the team and with the community to try to keep this thing manageable. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pace. Supervisor Brown?
So a lot of these reports are getting, to where it's just kind of updating data. It's not really, the controversy is past for the most part. I mean, we've agreed, we've disagreed, we've gotten to that point where it's just a report. But every once in a while, something catches my ear, and I have to weigh in here. When you said that we were going to make it mandatory for healthcare workers to get a flu shot, that got my attention. What does that have to do with COVID? And who are we to tell healthcare workers that they should? And I realize you gave a qualified exception for medical, but if somebody does not want to get a flu shot, they shouldn't have to. I don't know how we can think that it's our job to manage anybody, let alone healthcare workers, who probably have more information on this than we do. So I want to get that out of the way.
Well, I'm a healthcare worker, so.
And you can and you're welcome to get a flu shot if you choose to, but I'm not going to tell you that you have to.
This is the most vulnerable people in the community are going to be in the clinics, in the hospitals, and in the nursing homes. And This isn't really about the healthcare workers' health. They can choose to do with that whatever they want. What I'm really interested in is protecting the other people in the area that are around them. And
from the flu. I just want to be clear, and I don't mean to interrupt, but I just want to be clear what we're doing. We're talking about COVID. Now all of a sudden we've shifted our attention to we're going to manage the flu, which, by the way, I've gotten the flu shot before. I've had that, and I've gotten the flu right after. So there's doubt as to whether or not that's effective, but it's certainly not an element of COVID. So I don't know why we're drifting off into other areas that are not part of COVID.
Yeah, I think we have a disagreement there, Supervisor.
I'm sorry, what?
I think we disagree on that, so.
Okay, so you think that the flu is part of COVID?
I think what the biggest concern I have this winter is the hospitals getting overwhelmed. And if you look at the number of flu cases that impact the hospitals during the wintertime, and you add that and COVID together, it could be devastating. And so
Right,
doing whatever
and,
we
you know,
can to
sure,
try to.
yeah, car wrecks, we could have a lot of things too.
Impact on the hospitals is a good thing as far as I'm
Okay,
concerned.
so then why wouldn't it be prudent with all the healthcare workers that we have? It's a huge industry in Lake County. Why wouldn't we work with the hospitals and let them decide what's best for their hospitals? I think they're more qualified in running their hospitals than we are. We did all these, we took all these extra efforts and measures to make sure they weren't overrun during COVID, and they weren't. I doubt they would have been anyway, but that's probably another disagreement. But I certainly don't think we need to start going down the area of hundreds, maybe even thousands of people in Lake County required by the county government to have a flu shot. That just seems another far-reaching effort on our part. So.
Okay.
Yeah, Supervisor Sabatier?
All right. Thank you for the update. I have some questions about the positivity rate. What is our current positivity rate? I see that on our site, which was updated yesterday, was approximately 3.5. Is that what we have?
Right. So the current numbers are, the positivity rate is 3.5%. The current case rate is 5.9.
5.9. So that puts us actually into the orange category if we remain there, or does it have to be below 4 on the case rate? What's the threshold for the case rate? I know it's 4% positivity rate to be in the moderate rather than whatever the category is that we're in.
A little bit up. Can we go on to another question and I'll find it while we're talking?
And then my other question is about the tests. So I'm sure you're well aware, because I've said this multiple times over the course of these meetings. I keep track every single day of what's posted on our hub. I look around and see what's happening around in our neighboring counties just to kind of get an idea of what the trends are. And we jumped up about 1,000 tests since Friday. And I see here from the state as well, it says that we went to 223 average tests per day, which is much more than I think I've ever seen on our hub before. Typically, it kind of hovered between maybe a little less than 100 to maybe around 150. But yet at the same time, I heard you say that we are getting a decrease in testing. And so I know that we've had issues in collecting the data of the number of tests that were done, which is really important to me to make sure we have the right denominator in our fraction to figure out what our positivity rate is. And wondering if that is due to the issue of not having the correct numbers of total tests from all facilities in the county being resolved, or if that's a reason because we're testing a whole lot more because of the residential facilities having some issues. So I guess it's a two-pronged question. One, why are we saying that we have less testing, but yet we see that we have a lot more testing coming from the state? And two, have we resolved our collection of data and also ensuring that the state is getting all the amount of data? Because I know that that was an issue, and I have not heard that has been resolved yet.
So for the your question about the numbers, we are in the red tier with the new case rate, right? Because it's 5.9. We're in the moderate tier with the testing positivity rate, which is 3.5, and that's so, and they go with the lower tier. They go with the more restrictive tier if you have two different ones. And we kind of move back and forth, but we've been pretty consistently, the vast majority of what we're getting is in the red tier, the one we're in. But if we do see some sustained improvement, we would be able to move out of it. We have to have 2 weeks where both of them are in the orange tier level. So that's that. The question about the testing, what I'm referring to is the demand at the testing site. So we have quite a bit of capacity still at the testing site, whereas for a while we were pretty well full, and now it's not. I think the increase in the testing is due to the nursing facilities testing more regularly now because of, so, there's 80 people or something in there, and if we're testing weekly, that's bumping the numbers up quite a bit. Our data, we are monitoring it. Whenever we do the calculations, we get worse numbers than the state's getting. We're still in conversation trying to get them to help us understand exactly how they're calculating it. They've been a little bit elusive about that, but we're in the process of trying to figure that out. The other question you have asked consistently is about the data coming from the hospitals from these rapid turnaround machines. And as far as I know, we still have not gotten that yet from Adventist. We're trying to, and that will improve the testing positivity rate to some extent. I think Sarah might still be on, our epidemiologist, so I don't know if she has anything else she wants to add to some of these questions that you're asking.
Sarah, if you're on, Jake, do you see Sarah on? Could you open up her mic?
Is that Sarah
Yes,
Monica?
can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. Just one comment regarding the testing and the slight discrepancies we are seeing between our local analysis and the California Department of Public Health. Dr. Pace mentioned that when we do it, we actually see our metrics are a little bit worse. We've been in conversation. I met with them last week and we're meeting with them again this week. They will be releasing, they have about 500 lines of code that they use to determine our positive cases, which of course determines the daily case rate. And that's expected, I expect that to be released this week. So that will give us additional information so that we completely understand how they're calculating it. But like Dr. Pace said, when we do it ourselves, we actually find slightly higher rate than what they've been reporting.
Okay. I'm happy to hear that you're still working on that. I'm not disappointed in staff for not getting the answer. I'm disappointed in the state not being transparent. Why is it that we can't get a formula that they are using? They already have it in place to calculate. They've already had issues in the past. It just seems to be very a huge lack of transparency in order to get us to be able to help ourselves rather than being dependent on them for that information. So that's very frustrating to me. But glad that you're still working on it, and I will be, if you don't mind, communicating with Adventist Health, because I'm also disappointed that they have not done their part to make sure that you have received their data or that the state has received their data.
Supervisor Brown?
I don't want to leave this vaccination thing. I feel like I just got brushed off by, okay, thank you for your opinion. I want to know where we're going with this. I mean, I think that this is worthy of having a discussion or some action by the board, because I realize that there's some authority that the public health officer has in some regard, but that's in a health emergency. The flu has not been indicated or shown to be a health emergency. And I don't know that I haven't been provided any data to show me that last year's flu was so overwhelming and the hospitals were so much at risk that we can't have that again this year in case COVID takes hold. So, we need to do that, because why just the healthcare? Why not all the first responders? Why not all the teachers? Why not everybody in a grocery store? Why not force the whole county to have a flu shot because you think it might overwhelm the hospitals with the flu, and we need that available for COVID. Where does it stop? I don't think this is just some arbitrary thing. I'm not sure where. Is this something that the CDC has recommended? I'm not sure where this is coming from, because this isn't something you just dreamed up. So.
There's a lot of concern about the flu season coming on, and that us seeing a huge surge If you want to have a full discussion, but I'm not prepared. I don't have the data at hand. I didn't realize this was going to be an issue. This seemed really like a medical issue, but if this is a discussion you want to have, let me prepare and I'll come back next week and we can have it. And,
Well, and it might be a medical issue, but so far I haven't seen that. I've seen it as a fad. You know, a lot of the stuff that we're doing is fashionable at the time, you know, and all this stuff. And it really, there's a lot of things that are questionable regarding the medical side of a lot of this discussion that we're having. The discussion of vaccination and the controversy over that between the medical professionals has been ongoing for decades, so that shouldn't be anything new to you. But to make it now part of COVID, yeah, the flu is going to be an issue because you're going to have everybody in the world. Every time somebody sneezes, everybody's going to need a test. So yeah, it is going to be an issue because of the panic that we've created with all this. But it's not going to be an issue to where we're going to tell grown-ups that they should or shouldn't get a flu shot. I'm going to rely upon them and their own ability to determine what's best for them and the people that they work with and the places that they work.
so would you like me to prepare for extended discussion about that next week?
If you think it's worthy of pursuing, if you think that you could trust the medical professionals, the hospitals and all of those folks, if you think you could trust them to determine what's best for their operation, then we don't need a further discussion. But if you think that they need our help and we need to hold their hand to get them through this, then yeah, we probably should.
Okay, Supervisor Crandall?
Yes. With that being said, with Supervisor Brown's discussion, Dr. Pace, would it be helpful to invite like Adventist Health and Sutter Lakeside, the directors to weigh in or to have a opinion? I'm just asking for clarification.
Well, I've reached out to them. They are, sure, I can do that. I can ask them and see if they feel like that would be helpful.
But otherwise, just in regard to some of the things we discussed at the Blue Collar Committee last week, you've answered some of the questions. One of the things that they were concerned about was the threshold and rubric, and you've explained that we're at the 3.5 positivity rate, and that keeps us we're kind of in both the red and the yellow. And that was one thing that we were confused about. And the numbers to get out, that you answered that it's 2 weeks. We thought it was 3 last week, which is 2 weeks now. And so one of the biggest concerns, and I know we talked about this too in COVID recovery, was in case there's a situation like an outbreak of in different areas, if we were to shut down, some businesses would not be able to recover from a shutdown and then reopen. And so having these discussions with the board about measures to assist them if they have to close, if there is a spike or something like that, because there's many small businesses that probably couldn't handle that. But also talking to the state, and you had stated that you and the rest of the health department, when you're involved with those state discussions, that you would be talking to them about like if there is us being in the red or the purple, if there's a way we could at least still maintain a balance of opening so that some of those businesses don't have to, or if there's a way we could look at those measures. And so just wanted to announce that in essence. We talked about it yesterday and we've got a pretty good clarification, and you stated you would be talking to the state, but I just wanted the Blue Collar Committee to hear me relay that to you, that we discussed it as well. So.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Thank you for that, Supervisor Crandall, because I had something in my notes about the recovery group, and I think you pretty much touched on some of the ideas that I was hoping that we don't have a deadline for when this is over. This could go on for 2 years, it could go on for 3 months, 6 months. Nobody knows. That's part of our issue with dealing with this. It's so much easier when we can see where the goal line is, but we can't see the goal line. And so I'm really hoping that the recovery group becomes more towards how do we normalize our previous activities in in the world that we have to exist in today. And so how do we bring back our school sports? Our youth need to be active and not in front of a TV screen or a computer all day for school, indoors. We need to figure out how to get them to interact like they used to. It's both healthy for their mental capacity and it's healthy for their physiological capacities. We are shutting down a lot of things that, understandably so, because of the scare that we had of COVID-19, but we have to overcome this fear and figure out a way to make it safe to do the same things we used to do. And so I would like to challenge the recovery group to look at, how do we look at this upcoming holiday season? How do we allow that to happen? Tradition has a lot to do with our ability to feel good about who we are, about having pride in what we do, and we're going to be losing a lot of our traditions this year, the things that we typically do, the things that we celebrate, because we, at this moment in time, we don't have the capability to do so. I think there's ways to make it safe. It doesn't have to be an exact carbon copy of what we did in 2019. I'm okay with looking at new rules and guidelines, but not saying no. And at this point, for these specific things, I don't really care what the state is telling us. We have to find a way to make this work and tell the state, here's an example of what you're not giving us, because we can't just wait for them to tell us when we can jump. We have to push them at the same time. We have to figure out how to make this work. And again, with safety guidelines, not just doing whatever we want and not caring that there's something out there. There is something out there, but there's ways to make this be safe. So that's what I would like to challenge the recovery group to look at as well. Not just businesses, but social life as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Sabatier. Supervisor Crandall?
Just to touch on that, your last comment, Bruno, that was another thing that we talked about as well, was best practices for social gatherings, because that seems to be a big issue when you talked about the skilled nursing facilities and possibly it coming from some of the people that work there. That comes from the outside bringing in, and actually in many cases that's what happens. It's not brought to the work environment, but it's the people that are looking for the place or the establishment on their outside time on their non-working hours. They're contracting it some other ways. And so but we've also discussed that yesterday, that you have videos that you put on the website, and it just getting some more best practices information out, paint it a little more. I think we're doing that. So just wanted to mention that as well.
Yeah, we'll just talk as far as the recovery group. Our conversations are evolving into, like you said, Bruno, how do we get back to normal here under the circumstances that we're at, or the new normal? And education obviously being one, about the things that we know at this point that we have at our disposal. Obviously, social distancing, masking, all the other things that have been at least worked on throughout this beginning of the COVID-19 outbreak, and understanding how we move forward. And a lot of the conversation now is, how do we stay open? How do we stay open during winter for the businesses? How do we increase the businesses that are open? And continuing that education process throughout the county. The health department's got some of the videos together, that I think are going to help just continue the education process, and really looking at how we evolve. We had talked about involving the Lake County Economic Development Committee with, all of the chambers of commerce and MAMA and the Blue Collar Committee, all the business aspects as we move through it, including the two cities. It's going to evolve as we move through it. But ultimately, like we talked, and I know the word fear comes around a lot, but we know a lot more than we did when we started out with this thing, and it won't look the same, even as the outbreaks, will come most likely during this winter. And being able to maneuver through that is where the conversation is going now. And that has to be done with the boots on the ground, our businesses that are being affected. And we need to do that and really engage with them even more than what we have at this point to get where we are. And we've all worked hard together. We may have disagreed, but I think where we are now with our business community and other stuff, even though the state's rolling out their own tiered system, we understand what needs to be done in Lake County to get all the things open you just talked about, the schools, our businesses, and move through the tiers. So looking forward to those discussions as they happen over the next couple of months, and we will get ready and prepare for winter as it's coming. So, those conversations are happening, and things will be coming back to the board to that effect. So those, like I said, everyone is engaged. Everyone is attempting to, try and move forward in the best we can. And ultimately, we'll continue reporting on what the state's doing and moving through this winter like we've never experienced before. But let's hope we're prepared and we understand what we need to do to be successful here in Lake County at the local level. And so those conversations, like I said, are happening. And, obviously, the conversation was brought up earlier by Supervisor Brown about the flu shots. I definitely think we need to, have a discussion next Monday. Be prepared, Dr. Bass. I think with hearing that today, definitely next week we'll definitely have a discussion. It's probably going to be a lively one as we move through this process. That's what I have to say at this point. I want to thank you for everything that's being done. I want to thank our Sarah for coming on so we can really get those local numbers that we can drive off of. I know the health department has done a good job. I know there are some industries that have been pulled out. I think at this point, the jail or prisons or anything are pulled out of the numbers in the county. And I think we should also push to the state that our senior living facilities, those numbers are pulled out too, so it doesn't affect the rest of the community as outbreaks are happening. And I know those discussions are happening, but I think those are important as we move through the rest of the COVID-19 as we deal with it going into the winter season, because we need to keep our businesses open and figure out a way to do that. And outdoor dining is not going to work in the middle of winter, which we may have there may be a pretty good winter this year, and we got to get the businesses an opportunity to be open responsibly at the 25% level inside or some other way to do that. So, all right, we've zoomed out here. If Supervisor Brown or Supervisor Sabatier, if you have anything else, it's difficult for me to see. If you could zoom in a little bit, Sam, I'd greatly appreciate it. But are there any more questions or comments from the board at this point? There you go, Sam. That's good. Okay. Hearing none at this point, we're going to go ahead and we're going to open it up to public comment. I see we already have a hand up. We're going to go ahead and go with Melissa Fulton.
Good morning, board, and thank you very much for the opportunity to make a comment. What we've heard from Dr. Pace, who is extremely thorough and certainly has the best interest of everyone in Lake County close to heart, is a continuing message that the state basically is confused in what they are attempting to do. They can't seem to get, if you'll pardon my frank comments, they can't get their act together. And as a result, those of us throughout this state are suffering. I still haven't gotten a clear explanation of why the governor and his team decided to switch from one format of their original format for phases into this color-coded format. I'm sorry, but that seems a little kindergartenish to me. I think what we need to do, since there seems to be a threshold of 105,000 population, that is a gauge or a level set by the state. I would love to see Lake County come up with our plan, our ideas on how rural counties or counties with under that threshold should be able to operate. I don't think we should be held to the same standards or benchmarks that larger counties are being held to. You cannot do a broad brush application for anything in this state. Most of all, a pandemic. So we here in the county seem to have some issues with stats as well. And I don't begin to second guess our health department by any means, and I show no disrespect. But everything I hear from all levels on the pandemic is that nobody's sure of anything. So I strongly urge Lake County, the Board of Supervisors, the special committee that's been set up to determine what we think our threshold should be. And I try not to say keep Lake County open for business, because there are some in our communities who find that offensive. However, we need to keep Lake County open, all of Lake County. Our residents, our children, most of all, everyone is suffering from this horrific pandemic, and we need to take charge. And I guess that's what I'm trying to say here. Lake County.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
Lake County needs to take charge of its own destiny, so I urge you seriously to think about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Melissa. Okay, that's Jake. That was the only hand I had up in the room at this point in the virtual room. Jake, can you please unmute the room and see if we have any comment, and then we'll move back into chambers.
All right, I will unmute the Zoom floor here. I've sent an unmute request to everyone in the Zoom room. If you would like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, Jake, go ahead and close the room, and we'll bring it back to the board chambers. Supervisor Sabatier? Do we have any public comment in the board chambers on this item?
I do not see any hands raised for public comment on this item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and bring it back.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I did have one email public comment for this item that came in. I believe it came in after your board meeting had started already or right before.
Okay. Yep, go ahead and read that, please, Carol.
Yes, this one comes to you from the Gibson Museum Board of Directors. It's dated yesterday. We appreciate the challenges you all have in keeping our community safe. On July 17th, the Gibson Museum closed for the second time after being open only 3 weeks with social distancing and masks since the announcement of COVID. Due to the repairs in the museum and COVID, we have not held regular hours since November 2019, which makes it very difficult to maintain local support and plan exhibits and events. It is understandable that the citizens must be protected and the state sets rules based on deaths in the county. However, in several counties, fatalities in convalescent facilities raise the number of deaths that negatively impacts changing roles for expanded openings. We are asking that the Health Director and Board of Supervisors consider requesting the multiple deaths at convalescent facilities not be included in county totals to calculate future openings. These fatalities do not represent COVID in the general population, yet their fatalities can impact openings for the general population. So that is that comment.
Thank you. I know that was by Voris. So, yeah, I know those conversations have been talked about. Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, I had one last question. I was thinking of it after the comment, one of the public comment. And this may be a little far-fetched, Dr. Pace, but I was thinking about something. Our population is 64 K plus, or, it's under 65,000. However, we do have many residents that live outside of the county that work in county. We do have, with the situation in regard to different areas like wineries or the pear sheds, the pear orchards, we have people that come and work during certain times. And we also, in different establishments, have people that work in this area. Not to mention the hotels have a certain occupancy rate that they have to abide by anyhow. So is there a way we can get numbers to that effect when it comes to hotels? We have someone work with the hotels at their maximum occupancy rate in regards to, what the COVID, what our threshold says. So if they're at 25% or something like that, we automatically know, in living in our areas, that people do come and visit on the weekends. I know the Worldmark Hotel has people there all the time. I don't consider them population, but could we consider that when we're in regard to numbers, so that way, in essence, gives some sort of an additional threshold. So, even though we're such a small county, we do have a lot of activity. That way they could look at us in a different light when it comes to the tiered system. It's just an idea. It may not be something that's feasible, but I'm just trying to think of other ways to prevent having to close in different areas so some businesses don't go out of business.
Supervisor, I think a couple things. One is the population is considered into all of our numbers. The main thing with this 105,000, I think that maybe there was a little bit of confusion the way I presented it, is we're getting some exemptions from some of the requirements because of being a small county. So they are really hearing the differences for the small counties and trying to address that by allowing places where the metrics don't really fit to basically get an exemption. I'm part of a group of the Northern California health officers, so it's Mendocino, Humboldt, Del Norte, Trinity, Modoc, Tehama, some of the smaller northern counties, and they're all voicing the same kind of concerns and issues. And there's been some letters sent to the state, and there's discussions with the state as a regional entity as well as the individual counties. And, there is a little bit of wiggle room around some of the getting exemptions from certain measures. But overall, the metrics are based on percentage of the population. So all that's being pretty well taken into account. But I think I hear loud and clear that there's a real interest in trying to push some of these things. We're happy to do that. Denise has been a very vocal proponent of this kind of questioning at the state level. So, I'm more kind of focused on what we can do in the county to try to keep things open by working on keeping our numbers down. I think I think we hear loud and clear what the concerns are here, and that we'll put a voice out, but it's been happening all along. The one other thing, just to the email that got mentioned before, museums are allowed to be open to 25% capacity right now. So just if people are feeling like they're closed and they shouldn't be closed, I encourage them to reach out to us or to look on the state website, because there is, things are changing a lot, and it may have changed from where you were before. So, but thanks.
Okay. All right, with that, I know this was a continued conversation off of the letter, so we're going to go ahead and close public comment, bring back board. Go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier.
I just wanted to thank Supervisor Crandall for looking for ways to meet the numbers that we're looking to meet. And it's not fudging the numbers at all. It's because we are getting an influx of folks in on the weekends, whether it's just people traveling or whether it's fishing tournaments or whether it's just friends and families coming in. But I just don't know how we can obtain those numbers on a regular basis, and that number would fluctuate so much depending on if it's a Labor Day weekend or a normal weekend, that I think it would just create a situation that is not sustainable to hold on to. But I do appreciate the fact that you're trying to find ways to put us in a better situation so that we can be on the moderate rather than where we stand right now. So I just wanted to share my appreciation for that.
Thank you, Bruno. it's the same concept. We also have a lot of people that aren't residents here and aren't considered into our population, but they're here every weekend, so there's just different attributes. And I'm glad to know too, Dr. Pace, that there is some exemptions, and I'm glad to know that. So thank you too, Bruno.
Excellent. Okay, any more comments from the board on today's COVID-19 report? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and move to our next agenda item. Thank you, Dr. Pace, for being here today again. Thank you, all the health department, all of our partners in the county, everybody who's moving through this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I do have one question for the board before we move to our next item, which is probably going to be at least a little longer item here. Would we like to take a 5-minute break before we move into the next item?
I'm good to continue.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure I asked for a comfort break there. All right, then we're going to go ahead and move on with our next item, our 10 a.m. item. This was our 6.3 item. It was continued from August 18th, an appeal to the Board of Supervisors on AB 20-01 of major use permit 1905, an initial study IS 1909, APN 009-021-07 by Community Development. And like we said, this was continued hearing, appeal hearing from August 18th. So I see Director Scott DeLeon is on, and Supervisor Crandall, I know, yeah, go ahead.
I would like to recuse myself from this continued discussion. I'm a signatory on a document from Robinson Rancheria to Scotts Valley as the tribal chair for Robinson Rancheria. So,
okay, Jake, can you please remove Supervisor Crandall into a breakout room, or?
Yes, I'll set something up and pull him aside.
And Supervisor Crandall, if you decide not to watch from inside, I mean, you can't watch this from inside the breakout room, but I'll get in touch with you if you're not paying attention in that breakout room. I mean, we might just let him disconnect and let me call him.
Yeah, let me just disconnect and then someone text me when it's done and I'll jump right back on.
I will certainly do that. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and reconvene at this point. Yes, Supervisor Brown.
So I know Scott's going to weigh in on this, so I just want to, for full disclosure, in between the time that of our last meeting and now, I took the opportunity. This is in my district, and this is a big project. Yes. It's a lot of stuff going on out there, and so I took it. I met with the applicant and actually the appellant out on site to look to see exactly what's going to happen out there. And out of that was, I think, some very healthy discussion between the applicant and the appellant. And while not everybody's getting everything they want, I think they've agreed, and Scott's going to weigh in on the outcome of that. But I just wanted to say I appreciate the opportunity, to meet out there with everybody and kind of get an understanding and help them get an understanding of what each other are actually working towards. And I appreciate the input from both sides on that. So,
thank you, Supervisor Brown. Okay, we're going to go ahead and turn over to Scott DeLeon.
Yes, good morning. And I appreciate Supervisor Brown's efforts here. The project, I'll just be straight up here. The project and our presentation really hasn't changed from the presentation we made back in August. If you recall, there was a fairly lengthy letter submitted the day before the meeting back in August, raised a number of issues, and as Supervisor Brown has explained, he attempted to bring both parties together and work out a resolution of this, and we were hopeful that was going to happen. I think there were some good things that came out of that. excuse me. And we've proposed, or actually as a result of those discussions, there have been 3 additional conditions, mostly related to landscaping and visual aesthetic issues that the applicant has actually proposed to do, and we've incorporated those into the conditions of approval. I sent those out to you earlier today, and I have them available. I can share my screen, and I have those available for the public to review, and if you'd like to do that. We have not prepared a lengthy presentation to address the letter that was submitted. Again, we were hopeful that the negotiations that Supervisor Brown was conducting would result in something that was acceptable to both sides. I think they're very close, and with that, I'll be happy to try to answer questions. As I said, I sent out the 3 additional conditions today, and I can share my screen and have those available to you if you'd like to see them.
So, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Supervisor Brown.
I just want to follow up with one thing. So I was there. I went out to look at the project, but it really wasn't. I wasn't there to negotiate anything on behalf of either side. So I want to make that clear. It's actually Brenna Sullivan was there with Farm Bureau, and there was a lot of interest from everybody to try to work it out. So it really wasn't anything. I went out to see what the project was. So I just want to make that clear that I don't want to give the appearance that there's some level of conflict that I may have created by being out there. In fact, I even talked to Anita to make sure that she knew I was going to be out there, and she provided me extra caution on how to proceed. And so the conditions that Scott has sent to the board were actually conditions that were proposed by the applicant based on the conversations that was had between them and the appellant while we were out there. So.
And I apologize for the loose term of negotiation. I didn't mean to imply that he had done that. And I appreciate the clarification, Supervisor Brown. And yes, I think I mentioned that the conditions that I shared with you were proposed by the applicant as a result of those discussions. So we're acceptable. We agree with those conditions and have incorporated them into the conditions of approval for the project.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that clarification, Supervisor Brown and Scott. I think it would, obviously, if you could share your screen and we could go through those 3, would that be, I think that would be a good thing to do at this time.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
At the last hearing of this matter, a number of witnesses were sworn in, and so they should be reminded that they're still under oath. However, if there are new people, you may want to inquire to ensure that anyone else who wants to testify today will be duly sworn in.
Thank you, Anita. Scott, if you could bring that down, I will just, if you could bring down the screen. Thank you. As Anita said, I like to remind anybody that was here at the last hearing, you have been sworn in. Do we have anybody else either on the virtual, on Zoom or in the boardroom that would like to be sworn in to testify on this appeal today? Do we have anybody in the room at this point, Supervisor Sabatier, that wasn't sworn in last time?
Yes, we do have one standing up, and he will have his right arm up.
Okay, do we have any on in the virtual room at this point that was not sworn in at the last hearing?
Mr. Chair, can I take this moment to send a mute request out to the Zoom floor?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Okay, so I've sent an unmute request out. If you would like to be sworn in, please unmute yourself and confirm.
Hello, this is Sean Davis, Scotts Valley Band of Homo Indians chairman.
Okay.
I might have something to say after I listen to everything, so if you want to swear me in, that'd be fine. I'm really, getting educated on the process here.
Okay, so we will swear you in at the time when we ask for testimony. We will do that. So welcome, Chairman. And so we have two folks that were not sworn in at the last hearing. So Johanna, if you could please swear these two individuals in.
Yes. So with your right hand raised, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you both. Okay, we will go ahead and move on. Director De Leon, go ahead and share the screen and go through, if we can go through those 3 bullet points. You're still on mute. Can you unmute, Jake?
Yes, he can unmute.
Oh, there we go.
I needed to get to the right screen there. Excuse me.
Okay, no problem.
I believe that will show you the 3 conditions, again, proposed by the applicant to be added to their list of conditions for the project. 2 of them are related to landscaping and visual impacts. They're basically proposing trees to be planted along the frontage, along with a chain link fence that has slats to help obscure the site and the visual impacts from the surrounding areas. And then condition 3 is fairly unique in that they're agreeing to, should there be substantiated noise or dust complaints related to their operation in the future, they agree to implement additional mitigation measures that may include actually the placement of the operation within an enclosure in order to meet or exceed the county requirements. I think, again, a little unusual condition, but it illustrates the applicant's willingness to be a good neighbor and work well with the neighbors and the surrounding property. So again, we're okay with these conditions and have incorporated them into the project. So be happy to answer any questions about those.
Thank you, Scott. I think you can bring it down at this point. Thank you very much. Okay, at this time, we'll go ahead. Supervisor Sabatier, do you have a hand raised or?
No.
Okay, sorry about that. At this time, what I would like to do then is if we could have the appellant, we'll go ahead and turn it over to the appellant at this point.
Can I get a name for the appellant, please?
Yeah, probably gonna mess that up.
I think Clint was representing the.
Yeah. I don't.
Yeah.
There's Clint Nelson on the.
Yeah, Clint is representing the appeal.
Yeah, Clint, now, go ahead, Jake.
I got, looks like Clint Nelson is unmuted.
Clint, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, good morning, everybody. So we were there with Rob Brown and the tribes people, and we had a productive meeting. You know, they're very friendly people. However, at this point, I would like to turn it over to John Kinsey if he is available to speak, and I will pass it on from there.
Yes, can everyone hear me? This is John Kinsey.
Hello, John.
Hi, good morning, supervisors. I appreciate the opportunity to address you. Under CEQA, when the public presents evidence, and in particular expert evidence, that there's a significant impact on the environment, the lead agency, which is in this case is the county, must prepare an EIR, and regardless of how much contrary evidence the county may have. And here, we submitted over a month ago a letter that included a significant amount of concerns, and even here, none of that's been addressed. So if the county continues to rely upon this mitigated negative declaration, it would be an abuse of discretion under the law, and it would result in the reversal of this decision, invalidation of the project, and the payment of attorney's fees under 1021.5 of the Code of Civil Procedure. With respect to the aesthetic conditions, to the extent those are going to be included, they can't just be conditions of approval. They have to be included as mitigation measures. They need to be included in the mitigation monitoring and reporting program to ensure that they're actually followed up on. And there needs to be an analysis of whether those mitigation measures, how they're actually going to reduce aesthetic impacts. None of that is in the record. And the materials that were posted on the county's website, none of those address any of the comments that were made by the public at the last meeting, nor do they address any of the issues and concerns that were raised by the public in their letters, including mine, prior to that meeting. And then last but not least, one of the issues and concerns, fundamental concerns that we have is that the project continues to be a little bit amorphous. What we've seen is kind of an ever-shifting project description. There have been a couple conditions that have been thrown on at the last minute. But we've asked numerous questions about specific issues concerning the projects that haven't been answered. And I'll just leave with one of those, and that is, in particular, we understand that the trees, before they get to the project site, they have to be staged somewhere and kept somewhere. We also understand that the trees are ultimately going to be chipped somewhere else, or at least initial chipping with further chipping to be conducted on site. And there's been no disclosure, no mention about where that's actually going to occur. And that's important to be able to determine where the trucks are going to be going it's part of this project. And without including identification and analysis of that initial staging area, that initial chipping area, the county's piecemealing. So if the county knows, it needs to disclose that location. And if the county doesn't know, that's basically an admission that piecemealing is occurring. That's an admission that you're not analyzing the full impacts of this project. And with that, I request that the county grant the appeal and deny the project. And if the county does wish to consider this project at some time in the future, it really does deserve an EIR. The county is establishing a precedent for energy producing facilities in rural residential neighborhoods. This isn't the type of project that belongs in rural residential properties. That's not a great precedent to set for your county. And this is the wrong project at the wrong location. There may be other areas where this project would be appropriate, but it's not on rural residential property. It's not adjacent to vineyards. It's not adjacent to tasting rooms. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions for the appellant from the board? Supervisor Brown?
I don't have a question of the appellant's attorney, but I do have a question based on something that he brought up. So the issue of rural residential properties not being appropriate, it's zoned right. It's not there. They don't have to get a rezone, right? So the time to address whether or not something like this goes to a rural residential property or wherever else that it's zoned for would have been probably 10 or 12 years ago when we did the area plan update or the general plan. Wouldn't that be the case? That's a question of Anita and of staff, I guess.
Well, and I think I can address that at some level. First of all, part of this property is in commercial district.
The question was for Supervisor Brown was asking the
Yeah, I
question
know,
for
and
staff and
yeah.
Anita.
Right, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate the attorney's spin on what he thinks should happen there, but I'm asking what the law is, not what the lawyer says. I'm asking what the law says as far as, he's offering an opinion representing his clients as to what should and shouldn't go in an area that's rural residential, but the general plan of our county, that is our roadmap for what can and can't be done, specifically says that it is allowable there. So I just want to be clear on that I understand that right. Then maybe staff could fill me in.
This is Anita. I'm going to let community development speak to the actual zoning issues because I have none of that in front of me. But Supervisor Brown, your point's well taken. The general plan was subject to many public hearings and opportunity for comment, as has every zoning ordinance been. And so what is an allowable use in an area they'd be very hard pressed to challenge an allowable use in an area based upon nothing other than the zoning ordinance or the general plan. At this point, I'm not clear on all of council's arguments here, but again, your point is very well taken. But community development should speak to the zoning issues themselves if they're on the call.
And I do see Scott is on the call. Scott, are you there? There you go.
Yeah, well, in the project analysis in the memo that we submitted, there's some discussion about the general plan, and it says that the proposed use is located within an area that is allowed to have with the securing of a major use permit, and that's the analysis that's been performed, and that's what's being proposed is a major use permit. So and there was a comment made that if there's disagreement or professional or expert testimony provided that an EIR is absolutely necessary, we disagree with that. Experts disagree. We performed an analysis that we feel is appropriate and that an EIR was not required. And so we're going to stand by the staff report that has analyzed this project and its location, and hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, it does, and I mean, it's something I already knew because I've asked this from the beginning. Is this an allowable use at this property? And I get, he started to make the point, and I apologize for the interruption, but that wasn't what I understand that it's a split zoning on that property, but it's not relevant. That was zoned back when the area plan was updated. We had a lot of people on that committee that, it was a very diverse committee, and I remember saying that, knowing that group with all of the, the developers and the farmers and the, environmentalists. We had a huge diversity in that committee, and they poured over it. They came up with those zoning recommendations in that area, and part of that commercial zoning was to allow something similar to what's going on with Kitt's Corner or some of the other intersections throughout the county where you have that type of service industry. So that's the whole reason for that. Again, it's not relevant. They're not putting this on that part of the zoning, so it's very clear where that line is. The other question that I have of staff is, I'm trying to, come up with an analogy that, and I think, is a use permit required for a winery or tasting room? Scott, is that, I may be throwing you a curve here. I think it is, but.
Well, Yeah, if you give me a second, I don't know that off the top of my head, but I do have
staff.
chapter 27 open, and I can look at that.
Okay. Well, and if that's the case, if not, I'll find another one. But my point is that if a winery is required, and I'm saying that because that's the language. We're talking about wine grapes in the area, vineyards and wineries, and the big hope for development in that area. But if we're having wineries in that area, we don't ask them in the use permit we don't require them to prove to us where they're staging the grapes ahead of time. So I'm not sure why we would ask them where they're staging the trees or the brush or the chipping. That's not relevant either. They're not asking for a use permit for a chipping operation on another identifiable property that's completely separate from their ownership or their control. That's up to whether it be PG&E or whoever it is, where they're going to be chipping. That's up to that property owner. So I'm not sure what the relevance of that is. As long as it's zoned right on this property and it's coming in as allowable by the use permit that's being applied for, I'm not sure what the relevance is of any other operation anywhere else in the county or state as far as that goes, where they're bringing it from.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Brown.
Yeah, maybe I missed the point there, but I don't think I did.
Yes, and the point is, so I can clarify, the point is that the project is not just the four corners of the property. It's black letter law under CEQA that the project includes all components of the project, including where the material comes from. That is something that's CEQA 101. As is the notion, it's been the law of CEQA for 50 years, and this is one of the fundamental tenets of CEQA. It's CEQA 101. That when you do a negative declaration, if you have a battle of the experts, the commenting parties win. You have to do an EIR, and when the opinion that there's going to be a significant environmental effect. I don't know how else to say it. I've included the citations in my letter that haven't been responded to, but that is CEQA 101. That is the fundamental tenet of CEQA. The benefit you get from doing an EIR is if there's a battle of the experts, the lead agency wins. But if you do a smaller document, the negative declaration, and there's a battle of the experts, the project commenters win. That's the way CEQA works. It's worked like that for 50 years, and it's one of the fundamental tenets of CEQA.
So there is no, and I don't mean to monopolize the conversation, but this is a big project in my district, and it affects a lot of people, and so I have a lot of questions about this, and I want to make sure that it's all clear. So council is suggesting that every single use permit that we offer, if there's any CEQA involvement or even a perception from either side that CEQA is involved, that they have to go down the entire line of where the product's coming from, where everything's being shipped from or to, or anything like that, in order to allow for a use permit.
What I'm saying is that you have to look at both the foreseeable and reasonably foreseeable impacts of a project. And so if the project will result in a change in the status quo, then that's something that needs to be evaluated. And so
I'm just I just got to point out the ridiculous nature of what you're stating.
In Lake County, as a result of where the project is going to result in staged materials and other wood chipping, that's something that would need to be analyzed as part of the environmental impacts. That's the reasonably foreseeable impact of the project.
So somebody's going to have to, there's more educated people out there than I am on this, but common sense sometimes has to dictate what we do, and all industries need to be careful for what you ask for, because you might actually get it, and you don't want to have some with all due respect, because we have I'm surrounded by attorneys, so I don't mean anything disrespectful, but when attorneys start making the decisions on land use, I think we're going to have a problem. And maybe we need attorneys to resolve this. But if you're going to tell me that wood that's being chipped or being processed anyway now suddenly needs to fall under CEQA and EIRs and all this other kind of stuff, because now we've chosen or we've found a use for it in a biochar plant, I call BS. I don't think that's going to be required. I don't think anybody needs to prove the operation of the vendor or the contractor or the provider of the product prior to it getting on site to where it's going to be used for this purpose. I disagree with that, and obviously not on a legal basis, but like I said, at some point common sense has to dictate what we do, and law and logic sometimes don't actually go together.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Brown.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Anita.
Let me just add to this conversation, if you're willing.
Yes.
Okay. The concern here is truly whether there's substantial evidence in the record supporting a fair argument of significant environmental impact. If a lead agency is presented with fair argument that a project may have significant effect on the environment, then the lead agency must prepare an EIR, even if there are other substantial evidence that the project will not have that significant effect. And substantial evidence has already been defined in the California Code of Regulations as enough relevant information and reasonable inferences from that information that a fair argument can be made to support a conclusion, even though other conclusions might also be reached. So it's not just simply a battle of experts. There does have to be substantial evidence in the record supporting that fair argument. So it's not quite as simplistic as presented. And certainly community development can respond to that with regard to their own comments and impact mitigations that they may have suggested in response or are going to suggest today.
Okay.
And I would just note that expert opinion does constitute substantial evidence. And the code provision that council was referring to is 15384, the CEQA guidelines. Expert evidence, it's black letter law, is substantial evidence. And in the face of that substantial evidence, the county doesn't have the discretion to approve a mitigated negative declaration under CEQA.
Thank you for your comments, John.
You're welcome.
Okay. All right, is there, at this point, besides the arguments that we've heard and the evidence been presented, is there anything else at this point from the appellant or the appellant's attorney for today?
I do think there are other members of the public who wish to speak concerning this project, but that's
Okay, thank you very much. All right, I know Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, I have a question. Can we restate what is the continued issue from the appellant's perspective with new conditions of approval that have been offered? Is it still mainly just an issue of dust, or is it all of the above that it just seems like everything got thrown at us here, that it's not going to look good, it's going to be noisy, it's going to have dust, it's just it's the wrong zoning, like everything got thrown at us. But what is the real issue? Is it the dust and the continued quality of the product being grown on the land that you're protecting at this moment in time? Is that the issue we're trying to mitigate, or are we still looking at the full gamut?
Yeah, so it does boil down to a small number of issues, and these are the issues that we focused on in our letter. But yes, you're correct. Dust is an issue. Dust is an issue that has an impact on agricultural land uses, including the adjacent vineyards. In addition, there are aesthetic impacts. There are vineyards and, in particular, tasting rooms that are in close vicinity to this project. In addition, there are noise issues. We have an acoustic consultant who presented opinions that there will be a significant effect. And what we don't see are any binding mitigation measures that lessen any of those impacts. We also have, obviously, the air quality issues that we've discussed. We included in our letter a lot of suggestions for things that need to be mitigated and that could be mitigated. And we understand that there are a couple conditions of approval that were thrown in on some of the aesthetic impacts. But, look, we provided suggestions on particular mitigation measures, but none of that's addressed. None of that was even suggested. And so at the very least, if the county is considering approval of this project, it should at least consider those mitigation measures that were suggested and make them binding. Make them so the applicant has to do it. That way the county has performance standards that it can go back and it can say, hey, look, you're doing the right thing or you're doing the wrong thing. That way the county has that enforcement discretion. We suggested mitigation measures. They were unfortunately ignored.
Tell us what they are right now, because that's not what happened at the meeting. There was a couple of suggestions that were made. One was the style of the building, and which I thought was a good idea. The applicant thought it was a good idea until they went back and realized that they'd already spent a lot of money on engineering and purchase of an existing building that would have to be changed. So that made it difficult for them. And so I'm not hearing you actually offer anything of any substance compared to what happened with the discussion on site. So I'm open to hear what you have to say.
Right, so we submitted a letter on August 17th, and that includes a pretty robust discussion on the concerns. And so my response was to Director Sabatier, and that he wanted to know exactly what the concerns were, and I expressed those. Obviously, the letter's lengthy, and so I don't want to waste everyone's time with going through every single issue and every single mitigation measure. It's there in writing, and I think the appellant would be happy to engage in further discussion regarding potential mitigation measures if that's something that the county wants to do. But typically, what you would see is mitigation measures presenting the migration of offsite dust. You would have performance standards. You would have more robust aesthetic mitigation measures as opposed to just burying them into conditions of approval. So those are just a small number of examples. But the analysis is all contained in my letter. And although it's been a month, and looking at the materials that were posted online over the last couple of days, none of those issues were addressed. So that would be, I think, the best starting point.
All right, John, thank you very much. Continuing on, as we had talked before, obviously, I know that we have folks sworn in on both sides here to move forward. John, I think you said that what has been presented, so we'll take that into account. As we move forward here, Director De Leon.
Well, I just want to make it clear that there are 9 pages of conditions on this project, and it's implied that there's conditions of approval that don't have any teeth or don't have any, no way of enforcement and other things. There's 9 pages of conditions. There's mitigation monitoring conditions that require that the applicant comply with all of the conditions. It gives the county the opportunity and authority to make periodic or annual inspections at any time. It allows us the ability to revoke the use if the conditions aren't met. They have an annual compliance monitoring fee of $760 that they have to pay until all the conditions of approval are met. So I want it to be clear that there are a number of conditions here that are intended to mitigate the impacts. And, we've added a few, but there are conditions that address aesthetics, general conditions, air quality, biological resources, et cetera. So I just want to make it clear that there are quite a few conditions of approval here.
Okay, Scott, thank you very much for that clarification. I do know that, I think we have, from the applicant side, I know community development is directed. I know we are going to get into the testimony point at this time. So before we do and open it up to the testimony, there's the applicant, and I was looking for the applicant. Who do we have on here for the applicant?
I saw Tom Jordan earlier on Zoom.
Tom Jordan, yeah, that's what I was looking for, if Tom is there.
And can I just make one comment? I'm hearing that this would be a detriment, and I'm paraphrasing, to the wineries because of the visitors that they get. And I was a little confused by that, and I'm not necessarily a patron of wineries. I've been to a couple for events and activities, and I just couldn't tell where is the closest one. As I'm looking on the map, unless it's not on the map, it looks like the closest one is close to 4,000 feet, close to a mile away from where this would be. I know I drove by this morning and made sure to really look at the piece of property. I can't see any of the buildings that are currently erected on that property at this point, so I'm not sure how the visual aesthetics or anything, I really wish we can focus on what is the true problem versus, again, throwing the kitchen sink at us with all of these different problems that are written on the letter, because I'm being told to review the letter, but the letter has 100 different things that's wrong with this project, which I'm not quite figuring out are wrong with the project. For instance, saying that it doesn't follow our general plan, it doesn't follow our zoning, or again, the aesthetics. But again, I'm looking at a map here, and the wineries are, as far as I'm concerned, 2 or 3 properties away and close to half a mile or a full mile away. So I'm not quite sure. It just doesn't seem to make sense to me. My opinion is, let's be real. You're worried about your vineyards right next to this place, and let's talk about what that is and see if we can find a way to mitigate it. But don't give me other reasons that don't seem very reasonable to put in front of us to discuss, or else you're just wasting our time.
Thank you, Supervisor Sabatier. At this time, we're going to go ahead and give the appellant, Tom Jordan. Are you on the line, Tom?
Yes, it looks like I have
the applicant. I apologize, the applicant.
I've sent him an unmute request.
Good morning, Supervisors. Good morning, Chairman. Yes, I'm online and I've heard the whole discussion. I'm not quite
I'm sorry if I could interrupt real quick. Tom, it does sound like you're pretty far away from the microphone, and we are getting some feedback from you.
I'll try this. Is this better?
That's a little bit better.
Yeah, we can hear you, Tom.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Supervisors, and thank you for your patience and your great attempt to try to delve in and truly understand what the true problem or issues are with this project. I'm not quite sure what to say. Mr. De Leon has expressed very clearly that there are mitigation efforts in the mitigation study. All of those that were addressed determined that the experts determined that they were not significant. The comments that have been made in terms of the aesthetics are that Supervisor Sabatier has said are true. The building cannot be seen except for passing by the entrance of our land at 7130 Red Hills Drive. We agreed that we would put up screening to mask that screening, or to mask that building, to make it blend in better. We proposed neutral tone colors. We proposed that the appellants can select those colors for whatever they want. And so the issue really comes down to one person deciding that something is substantial and other people deciding that something is not substantial. And every point that he's made, I can't see where it is substantial. Transportation, 1.3 trucks on average a day. Truly, is that substantial? The noise issues, he talks about the proposal kind of shifting. The only thing that is shifted in the proposal is to provide mitigation, more and more mitigation efforts to address the concerns of our neighbors. We have done that. We will continue to do that. We realize that we have to meet county standards or the program will not be operational. So we just don't understand this threat of an EIR that he is proposing because, as Supervisor Sabatier said, let's try to figure out exactly what is the issue and address the issue and not throw in the kitchen sink.
Okay, thank you, Tom. At this point, I do know we have folks that want to testify on the issue. We're going to go ahead and open it up for folks that do want to testify. At this point, you have been sworn in. I don't see, so we're going to go ahead and open it up for testimony at this point. At the end of closing testimony, we'll bring it back to the board for deliberation or action.
We have somebody in the boardroom with a comment.
Go ahead. Please state your name.
Bobby Dutcher, Kelseyville. I had a tour of this property a few months ago on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce. The day that we did that, Beckstoffer was finishing up the clearing of about 50 acres across the highway from it. They had probably 5 burn piles burning. The smoke was going, looked like it was going all the way to Middletown. They were ripping the dust, fugitive dust was going all over the neighbors. They were, it just seemed like the biggest source of pollution in this whole area is a person who's appealing your decision here. So that's a pretty slippery slope that the legal counsel's suggesting here, that anyone who has some kind of a concern on a mitigating negative declaration can trigger an EIR. I bet anything Beckstoffer didn't get an EIR when he denuded that hillside. So it seems like there's a really double standard here. This building that they're talking about is half the size of my house. I didn't get an EIR when I built my house. This thing seems like it's really inappropriate for him to be, asking for this level of, expense, basically. To seek an EIR, there should be, useful tools that you use. They shouldn't be weapons for people to threaten you with, when you take an application through the process. The material on here, there's not going to be logs out there stored. The chipped material is going to be brought in. It's going to be already chipped. They have to chip it again, but it's not going to be big, giant log piles. I've read some of the concerns in here, and I think they're basing that on the PG&E chipper that was out there. They had a big tub grinder that was making a lot of noise, creating a lot of dust. This operation isn't going to be anything like that. It's going to be much quieter, much smaller. 5 tons a day is all this thing is going to process. I can cut that much every day with a chainsaw on my own. It's small. It's just not that big. We have to find some way of disposing of this material if we're going to start doing fire prevention in this county. Instead of just burning it like I usually do, I don't have anything else to do with the brush or the limbs. If you could chip it and then turn it into green energy, that seems like a great alternative rather than burning. So this location is right next to that substation. When I've tried to represent solar companies to locate in Lake County, they have to be right on top of a substation or there's some kind of a line problem. I don't know, some of them, we've had them in escrow for a year. And finally PG&E would just tell them there's a problem with the line. You're gonna have to replace all this line to make your project viable, and the expense is just, it's way too much. So we just can't, that's why we don't have very many solar farms around here. So locating this thing close to raw materials and close to the substation makes it an ideal location. So if it was Beckstoffer or Shannon or Swenrum or even me, if there's some, multi-millionaire vineyard owner wanted to put a 40-foot tall equipment shed down there, these guys, they'd be fine with it. Backup alarms, air compressors, everything else. There'd be no issue at all. But now that this small 1-story building is going to be built to house this thing, it's, triggers an EIR. I mean, this is just unreasonable. I think Supervisor Brown said exactly, common sense has to be brought into this sometimes. And I hope you just deny the appeal and let the applicant go forward with the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby.
We have another comment in the boardroom.
Okay.
Oh, hold on 1 second, Joan.
John Moss. I would like to know if we can learn how many complaints were called into air quality. And I was studying the public record materials about the physical symptoms of employees at Eagle's Nest Storage. I have a complaint with the PUC Wildfire Commission, and it's concerning land where there was chipping done on Bottle Rock. I have been told to work this out locally. And I think that I've handed in a public record request to CAL FIRE about this fire.
Joan, I would
And I
like to
believe
interject that today's hearing obviously is about a alternative energy project put in by Scotts Valley on the Scotts Valley Band of Pomo Indians property. So if we could please stick to the subject.
What I want to say, can I finish? I believe Rob Brown has a conflict.
If it's about the project that we're talking about.
This is
today,
about the
you can finish.
project. I don't believe Rob Brown should be allowed to vote on this. Thank you. Because he's the wood chipper.
Oh.
No, I'm not the wood chipper. She's wrong again.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with me, not one thing to do with me whatsoever. So yeah, let's just move on and try not to be influenced.
Yeah, and I tried to keep it on subject there, but obviously,
moronic
today what we're talking about is the Scotts Valley Band of Pomo Indians alternative energy project that's doing biochar. So go ahead. I see with no one else in the room at this point in the board chambers that would like to make comment, we do have a hand up in the Zoom room, which is Mr. Clint Nelson.
Hi again.
Make sure, there you go, Clint.
Hey, thank you.
Pronounce your name.
Yeah, Clint Nelson here again. Thank you all for your time, and I just wanted to touch a little bit on the vineyard impacts. And one of these mitigation efforts that we were asking during the field meeting with Rob and the applicants and a few of us as the appellants is, would it be possible to move all of the chipping off-site? And that way we don't need to worry about the impacts of dust and disease on the adjacent vineyards, because it's known, it's established, it's been proved over and over again that dust creates problems for vineyards in the sense with disease and mites that will diminish the ability of the plant to photosynthesize it, and then subsequently diminish the ability of the plant to deliver a quality product, which we're already battling against a lot of other issues on. And so in addition to that, there's also dust that will carry fungal diseases that will kill the adjacent vines. So when it was asked during the meeting, the field visit, hey, is there any way you guys have moved the initial processing, but not the secondary processing of those chipped pellets and the hammer mill process off-site? If we could get away from that altogether, that's a big win for us. But when I brought up that question on site, it was shot down. No, we cannot remove the other chipping and grinding. And we're gonna potentially put up a wall that's gonna block some of the chipping dust and grinding dust that's gonna be produced. Well, it's a chain link fence with wood slats in it. I don't think that's really gonna stop any dust. So if you wanted to be serious about that, I think Rob himself even mentioned something like a 3-wall kind of enclosure, similar to what's over there near Lakeport and Kelseyville at the Refuse Center. But instead, Tom comes in with a chain link fence with wood slats. I mean, if you guys were serious about preventing the dust and debris from influencing or impacting wine grape quality and vineyard health, you would do something better than a chain link fence. So that's one thing I want to talk about. I have some other issues. Sorry, let me catch my breath, gentlemen.
Yeah, go ahead.
Some from one of the party goers in here. They were very disappointed with the 799 feet blast out that was sent out by the county. I understand that's the county rules, but this project can potentially impact people a lot greater than that area. So I'll leave that be for now. Maybe that's something that the Board of Supervisors can address down the road. Here's another question that I'd like to kind of go over with you. Have there been any promises and or guarantees that no untoward environmental events could possibly happen in the future? And if they do happen, yes, It's been said multiple times, this is a zero emission facility. It's not going to produce any smoke, any odors, anything besides noise from the generators and dust from the hammer mill and shipping. But what if there is a problem?
That was 3 minutes, Mr. Chair.
What are we going to do to mitigate those issues?
Well, this isn't public input, this is.
And how's that going to affect all the millions of dollars in commodity from adjacent vineyards and wineries? And then lastly, going to the use permit, yes, Rob is 100% correct and the applicant is 100% correct. Energy production is allowable on rural residential. But what is not allowable, in my opinion, and I think you all should probably agree with this, is that shipping and grinding. That's an industrial operation. So how is that part still allowed on this with the one stage of it being moved, but not the other two stages? And so I want to bring up those points. I know I'm running out of time, and I'd like to open it up for any questions that you guys might have for me.
Mr. Chair, just for clarification, I don't think there's a time limit for the appellant or the applicant.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, good. And so, sorry, I heard 3 minutes. I didn't know if that was for me or for something else.
I think in regular public input we do, but we are in a hearing at this point, so I want to make sure.
I apologize, Mr. Chair. There was public comment mixed in there and I got mixed up. Sorry about that.
That's right.
Very good. Well, and so there's also very difficult things for us to quantify, and that's the perception of our clients. With smoke and debris being such a sensitive issue for wine grape growers, there's going to be this perception that our vineyards are adjacent to a wood burning facility. And it's going to be really, really difficult in an already difficult market for us to continue to sell fruit on our best blocks that are right next to this facility, with people knowing that they could potentially have a malfunction, or that maybe, since it is a novel and new type of biofuel facility, that we don't know what the ramifications are going to be. And so that's another concern that we have. So in addition to the impacts on wine grape quality, the impacts on vineyard health, and I haven't even touched on aesthetics, because you guys are correct. It is a small building. If you put up some trees, you won't be able to see it much. But I am still very, very concerned about that secondary chipping, the hammer mill process, the dust and fugigates that are going to be produced that are still going to impact vineyard health and potentially the personal health of the applicants downwind. And so that's most of what I got to say for you guys.
Mr. Chair.
Hey, Clint. Thank you very much for your testimony, Clint. Yeah, Supervisor Brown?
Yeah, I do have a question on that. So given other concerns or other, say for example, there's a vineyard next to Westgate, and there's an oil spill in the water. Maybe that's not a good analogy. There's got to be one where it affects the property next door. It affects the crop. It affects there's even another one. If you have an organic orchard or vineyard next to one that's not, and it has some influence over the other with pesticides or whatever, there's civil remedy to that. So if what Clint's saying, in the unlikely event that the vineyard is harmed some way, the crop is harmed some way as a result of their operation, they have civil remedy. There's an obligation by the neighbor to not negatively impact the neighboring crop or property. And so you don't have to put restrictions in place for something that probably won't occur, because you already have remedies in place if that event does occur. So I'm not sure, how an EIR would resolve that. And admittedly, well, I won't go into my comments on what the threat of EIR actually is used for, because it's not an environmental concern. It's more stall tactic, but I'm not going to go into that too much. So I am questioning why what would happen if the crops were damaged as a result of this operation. There's a way that you can get that resolved.
Okay, Supervisor Brown, thank you. All right, at this point, we are still in the testimony phase. At this point, Supervisor Sabatier, I see you raising your hand.
Yeah, no, Supervisor Brown reminded me of something. If we can figure out how to get hemp to grow next to cannabis, I'm sure we can figure out how to make this work. Again, I think we're getting a little bit more towards the specifics of what the problem is. As I anticipated, it is mainly the dust issues for the vineyards, and I get it that from a perspective of an owner of a vineyard, you want to make sure that you do not lose on the product that you would be creating on that property. And I want to do our best to make sure that they don't lose anything and that we have a win-win situation here. Nothing is ever going to be perfect. There's always a what-if scenario, and I think that it's creating and painting what-if scenarios are just a rabbit hole that I don't think we should go down. I think we should just make sure that we do our due diligence to make sure that the development is done in a safe way and meets the standards that we have written down in our general plan and our area plan. I will say there was an interesting comment that was made, and I'm thinking that it kind of falls under the tree farming uses permitted, and I'm believing that because there was already the use of the chipping for the old the stuff that was happening in the past, not based on this project at all, that use is allowed on the zone. I can definitely see that you are allowed to do the energy or generation of energy on this property, and the only thing that I can see that would maybe fit the chipping would be the tree farming, and I'm kind of asking Director De Leon, just because I do want to make sure that we are following what it is that we have on our zone, and that question just kind of came from left field a little bit, and I want to make sure that that is correct, what I'm saying.
Go ahead, Scott.
Well, trying to understand the question, to be honest. Are you referring to in chapter 27?
I'm just referring to the remark on that the 2,000 square foot energy generation is allowed in the zone, but he made a statement that chipping is a different use. Is that within the zone allowance in our zoning ordinance?
I'm not sure the zoning ordinance is going to be that specific as a component of the use is the chipping. So it's an ancillary and necessary part that as part of the use. So it's not going to address that specific component.
Okay. And I guess a question to the appellant, because I know that it was part of the conditions, and maybe the applicant won't be happy to hear this, but in the new conditions that were offered to us, it was if there's issues of dust that they would go ahead and bring it indoors or something of the kind. I don't have it right in front of me to read, so I'm totally paraphrasing, don't quote me on that. If that was made a mandatory condition of approval, would you be good with that? Because obviously, again, we're talking about the dust mitigation. We're not, I'm erasing everything else.
So can I weigh in on that? Because it was their recommendation that they would agree to mitigation measures required by the county to meet or exceed the mitigation of that. So,
but there was an if statement. If there's issues, then. And so
why would you build it if there wasn't an issue? Why would you go through that expense? I mean, I have my own.
And I'm looking at the sense that you were just saying there's remedies if there are issues with the vineyards where you can have civil remedies, and trying to get away from doing that, because I don't want to see any of our businesses have to pay lawyers where nobody wins except the lawyers. I'd rather see, can we mitigate it today right here so that there are no needs to go to court over this in the future, potentially, if there's an issue. Just trying to see if
We won't be going to court.
No, it would be that.
No.
Yeah.
No, it's not us, but it would still hurt our
So
business.
Supervisor Sabatier, I think when we do finalize all the testimony here, we'll bring it back for discussion, and then, maybe that one can go. But, I do know if you were asking a question directly to Thomas Jordan, he has his hand up, so we'll go and let him answer if that was a question for Thomas. Go ahead, Thomas. Can you unmute yourself, or Jake? There you go. You're unmuted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to clarify one point. There is a two-step process after the chipping comes, after the material comes in, already chipped in the standard size. We have to make it smaller than that. We have already stated that the hammer mill process, the last step in the process, is inside the facility.
Right.
So that anything that would come out of chipping in that or making that hammer mill work will be contained within the building. We are exploring the possibility of taking the chip straight from the chip to the hammer mill. But I am not confident enough to say that I can forego the middle chipping, the secondary chipping stage that we are proposing at this point in time, because as we've all talked about, it's a what if. I think if we can make it work, we will make it work, and we won't have secondary chipping in the program. But I can't ask that or agree to have that removed at this point. Just that there is a commitment that we will mitigate to the extent everything is necessary to make this project work and comply. The other thing I wanted to mention is we're on 25 acres. We're on one position. The dust patterns, the wind patterns that flow would have to make this dust fly all the way across our property, all the way across Eagle's Nest, to get to any property that we think would be impacted by the standard wind patterns. Maybe dust can be carried that far. I'm not a dust expert, but I would think it's highly unlikely. And so the fence barrier that we're talking about is one attempt. It was a continuation of the program. It was proposed as a fence by the appellants. We had not originally had that in. We said, okay, we will put that in. That could be a very viable dust control measure. If that doesn't do, we will go to the next step, and we will continue to do those steps until we meet the standards set by the county.
Thank you, Thomas. I hope that helps answer some of your question there, Supervisor Sabatier.
I appreciate
So at this point, I want to ask one more time, if we have anyone else who would like to give testimony on this issue, either in the room or on the virtual, in the Zoom room. I don't see any hands up at this point. Jake, can you open the Zoom room for one last request?
Yes, I will unmute the Zoom floor here. I've sent unmute requests to everyone participating via Zoom. If you'd like to make a comment, please state your first and last name.
Well, folks that were sworn in, I know that we do have the chairman on the phone, Sean Davis. I just want to, before we close testimony here, if you'd like to make a comment.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, first of all, I'd like to thank the County of Lake County for, your due diligence in listening to this matter. I don't know all the legal jargon on this. I just know common sense-wise, this is my opinion, we're living in a really, really bad world right now. I mean, we can expect fires and wood and every year. I mean, we got really bad political mess going on in the country. And I just think that if, once clean energy is the way to go to help the wine growers. We want to, if down the line, it's going to end up being clean energy to help the wine growers and help the community and help the surrounding county. This is not a Scotts Valley one and only issue. It's the community. We want to be friends and work with the community and help them with clean energy, lack of fires, and we're willing to work the problem out instead of the EIR and stuff. We will work the problem out with our community, and the county of Lake is our community. We do not want to make enemies. Even if we don't get this, we're still in that community. We're not going anywhere, but we're trying to do something self-sufficient and do right for the community and our kids. And that's my final thought.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, with that, I think that closes out the testimony. We'll go ahead and close this appeal hearing at this point. We're going to bring it back to the board for action and deliberation. Supervisor Scott?
I would just like to say that I think the third new mitigated measure does cover the issue at hand, that the Scotts Valley agrees to implement additional mitigation measures that may include the placement of operation within an enclosure. So I think that is going above and beyond what we usually expect a project to do. And that I believe that Lake County needs to encourage a wide range of industry and activities to promote economic development and provide jobs. With this, in the past, Lake County's always put their eggs in one basket, and we must look to diversify. I believe the proposed commercial industry is located in the appropriate zoned area of the county. It's consistent with the Lake County General Plan, the Kelseyville Area Plan, and the Lake County Zoning Ordinance as a power generating facility. I know it was said at the last hearing that there's not another project like this around, and that we should not look to be the experiment. Lake County needs to stop watching everyone else around us grow, and we must be the first ones to do this. I'm excited for this project to move forward here in Lake County.
Thank you, Supervisor Scott. Okay, I know that one of the main issues we were talking about, and Supervisor Sabatier, you got us to the point as far as the dust mitigation. And if I remember correctly, too, I thought in our last conversation we had on August 18th that there was also a watering step that was going to be added to the secondary chipping operation that's going to happen on property. Thomas, can you just clarify and make, I'm positive that was in the paperwork that we had got, but if you could just clarify that for me. Go ahead, Thomas. Mr. Jordan? Can't unmute yourself?
He needs to be unmuted.
Jake, can you let him unmute real quick?
Yeah, sorry, I was working on it there.
Yes, if we have to do the secondary chipping process, we would be using some kind of misting system to keep the dust down during that chipping process. Again, the people we've worked with who do consistent chipping, primarily the loggers that are taking material off the mountains in other areas in the county, are telling us that we can move 5 ton, we can chip 5 ton on the secondary chipping process within less than 2 hours. So within that 2 hour process, we would have a misting going on if it's determined that there is excessive dust that is leaving the area of which we are operating.
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to clarify that. I thought that's what I had read. So I just, one more mitigation measure to address the issues. And I want to thank staff for putting together, obviously the other 3 requirements that came on today as far as mitigation efforts, I think move us in the right direction and ultimately give us an opportunity to look at moving this project forward. So we'll go ahead and bring it back, like I said, for deliberation. Those are my comments. Supervisor Brown?
Well, I'm ready to make a motion if there's nothing else.
Don't have anything else, no.
So, I first want to ask Anita, I intend to make a motion to deny the appeal and accept the modifications, the 3 modifications that have been presented. Can we do that today, or do you need to, or does somebody need to put that actually in the permit application?
If staff is prepared to move forward and make that I believe it's part of is it part of the conditions of approval?
Yeah.
If so, then if staff's prepared to incorporate that, that can be part of your order. And keep in mind, we're making an intended decision today.
Correct.
There
Okay.
still have to be findings drafted.
So, so should we make a motion to that effect as far as an intended decision? Yeah.
That's up to you, but yes, you may.
Okay, so I move to offer the intended decision of denying the appeal with the modifications, and I'm gonna read those, or do we need that, or, I mean, they're very simple, I think, but.
It'd be a good idea.
Okay, so the first is landscaping in the form of trees will be planted along the Red Hills Road side to create a tasteful screening over time of the plants building. The planting will extend from the existing line of walnut trees on the north side of the entrance to the distance on the south side of the entrance that will achieve the desired screened effect. The second one is a wood slatted chain link fence will be placed between the proposed landscape screen and the building. The fence will set 21 feet from the building, which places it approximately 140 feet from the Red Hills Road. It will surround the north and south side of the building and continue for 100 feet to the east, thereby enclosing the reduced chip storage area. The reduction of the storage area will be 50%, or a reduction in area from the original 28,000 square feet to 14,000 square feet. In the event of future substantiated noise or dust complaints related to the plant's operation, Scotts Valley agrees to implement additional mitigation measures that may include the placement of the offending operation within an enclosure in order to meet or exceed county requirements. The only thing I would change on that is the applicant agrees, just because maybe the ownership will change, or, you know, if anything were to happen, it's actually the application, the applicant. Does that make sense?
Because you're looking for clarification from
I'm
Anita?
asking for Anita, yeah,
Or,
if it makes sense to take the name out of it and just put the applicant agrees.
It should just be whoever the applicant is,
Yeah.
but
Okay, so the applicant, so.
not a specific name.
Okay. That would be my motion.
Second.
Okay, there is a motion and a second. Johanna, can you please do the roll call vote?
Yes. Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
He's not.
Oh, wait, he's not here.
He
Okay.
recused himself.
Yes, that's right.
He thinks we forgot
Supervisor
him.
Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes this item today. Thank you very much, everyone who attended. Thank you very much, Scott, and all your staff. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, give me just a moment. I'm going to contact Supervisor Crandall and ask him to come back.
Can we take a little break?
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break while he's coming back in. Let's take a comfort break here. So we will start up again at, let's say 11:35.
Thank you.
Update and a 3-year program and expenditure plan for fiscal year 2020-2023. And I see we have our director, Todd Metcalf. Go ahead, Todd. Nope, can't hear you. Can you there you go.
There we go. All right. Well, I guess it's still morning. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Todd Metcalf, and I'm the director of the Behavioral Health Services Department. With me here today in this Zoom meeting is our Mental Health Services Act and Housing Program Manager, Scott Abbott. As you may know, we come to this board periodically to present the Mental Health Services Act, which moving forward now we will refer to as MHSA. We present our 3-year plan and any updates to the plan throughout its 3-year plan cycle. So today we're here to talk about our new 3-year plan. MHSA is the result of the Millionaire's 1% tax bill, which was Proposition 63 passed back in 2004. As Scott Abbott will articulate, this tax funds MHSA. And in light of COVID-19 is going to have some not so positive ramifications on the timing and the amount of monies that MHSA programs will be receiving in the coming years. So Scott, I know you're going to cover some of this in the presentation, so I don't want to steal any more of your material. I want to turn this over to you now and hope you don't mind that I jump in and out of the presentation. But we need to ask, we've added a couple of new slides to our presentation. I don't know if we're allowed to show those. I don't know if this violates the Brown Act in any way, but we're hoping that we can share, or at least Scott can share his screen to go through this presentation, because we just added a couple of new slides with some additional data that I think is compelling enough to share with the group. So
let me clarify that question too. I would just, Anita, I don't know if you could weigh in on that question that was asked by.
I can. There's no violation of the Brown Act to add a couple of slides. The public's entitled to information at the same time the board receives it. You're getting it now, and so are they.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Anita. So Scott, I'm going to turn this over to you. And as I said, I'll probably be jumping in and out of the presentation while you present to the board. So Scott, I'm turning it over to you.
Thanks. I appreciate that. My name is Scott Abbott. I'm the program manager for the Mental Health Services Act and also in housing. And let's see, I'm going to try and share my screen. Hopefully I can do that. Everyone can see that?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Well, I appreciate this opportunity to be able to meet with you this morning. Even if it's intentionally, it's still an honor to be before you. And we have just kind of a brief presentation right here, just about the Act. I don't think I'm going to turn on as a slideshow. I don't think I can, but I'm just going to go through the slides if that's okay. Oops. Sorry. As Todd was saying, the Mental Health Services Act, just a quick, I'm pretty sure you folks are aware of this as we do this annually. And as Todd just mentioned, the MHSA is based on Proposition 63, which was passed in 2004, which was designed, it was a kind of groundswell proposition by consumers and family members.
Do you mind if I interrupt you real quick? If you put it in whatever it's called, if you actually play your slideshow, then we'll be able to see better because of the way that it's being showed.
Let me try. I'm just kind of worried it would block off my whole screen and won't be able to see what I'm doing.
No, I'll see just the slide, and then it helps us see more of the slide. Perfect. Much better.
Thank you, Supervisor. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
You're an expert. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, this is kind of a groundswell of consumers and family members trying to strengthen our mental health system, and it succeeded, and it's great. It's funded by 1% of income over $1 million, and so that's pretty substantial across the state, and it's really helped and assisted our mental health system. This is fantastic. Just a little bit about one more thing about it, and I added this slide. MHSA is funded into three major components: community services and supports, which is the biggest portion. You can see on the bottom pie chart, it's at 76% of the funding that we receive, and that pays for the bulk of services, both direct and indirect, for treating seriously mentally ill and serious emotional disturbances in children. I'll talk a little bit about the components of that a little bit later. 20% of CSS can be transferred into CAP facilities. facilities and technological needs, which can, assist things like, like or strengthening our software system. And then the other component within that is the workforce education and training for be able to build mental health, public mental health staff. The next major component is prevention, early intervention services designed to prevent the development of mental health problems and screen for and intervene with early signs. So we have a lot of there's prevention efforts. It's not treatment, but prevention. And then the last part, the 5%, is called innovation. And that's a mandated approach or projects that we are to have to test for new and improved ways to better our system.
And that was something that you, Board of Supervisors, just approved today. You may have seen that on the consent agenda. So this speaks to that.
Right. Now, I'll get to that in just a second, too. The purpose of the development of our 3-year plan, why we're doing this today, is part of the regulations for MHSA, is that we do 3-year plans. And which is the 3-year plans are based really strongly in community development and you're getting that community feedback and planning. And so the mental health department, we don't really create this plan as much as we do get the feedback from the community and stakeholders and consumers and family members and use that information to build a plan based on that. And in this case, we had the assistance of RDA, which you see that initials down there in the lower right-hand corner. And that stands for Resources Development Associates, and they're the consulting firm which assists us with this. And so we've gone through the development of the plan. We've had a public hearing of the plan, and now we bring it to you for the final approval of the plan before we deliver it to the state and start following the plan. Just quickly mentioned, and Todd, our director, started talking about this a little bit, that COVID-19 has definitely impacted the development of this plan. Fortunately, we did start doing the community needs assessment before COVID hit. So we did most of that. We did all of that actually before it hit. And so we got a lot of information, but this, because of the complications of COVID-19, took a little while longer to develop the plan overall. We were hoping to have this done in June, but we're a little bit delayed because of that.
I have a question about that, if you don't mind my interrupting. Do you want me to wait till the end to ask questions, or how would you prefer?
Anytime you have a question, I'd be happy to entertain it.
Okay. So here you mentioned COVID-19, and I'm thinking that what you mean is it was delayed because of everybody's working from home. It's a little bit more difficult to be effective or efficient in our duties when there's all these changes. But at the same time, you also said, luckily, we did the community assessment before COVID-19. How would that assessment change if it was done today, in the sense of what would the results be? Because you're saying this is a 3-year plan, and well, again, I said this earlier, we don't have a deadline of when COVID-19 will be done, and possibly this will be lasting throughout the majority of this plan. Has COVID-19 been implemented, since there's a lot of conversations and I believe a lot of truths out there about the impact to mental health with what we're asking people to do, to stay home, be alone, be separated from their normal social circles and things like that. Just kind of curious if those changes were implemented in this plan.
That is an excellent question, and I appreciate that, and I've given that a lot of thought. The community needs assessment, the meetings that we had, the feedback that we got, the surveys that we did, which I'll explain in the next slide or two, were done before the pandemic hit. We did it in December and January and a little bit in February, which is obviously before things shut down. The great pause began. And so we built the plan, primarily based on what we received then. However, you are correct in your question, and the things have changed. We anticipate different community needs, and the funding, which I'll also get to later on, has also been impacted, and we're going to for sure going to have to make modifications in this plan. Fortunately, one of the way these plans work is that they are updated annually, and so we anticipate as we update the plan for this coming year, we will take into account the changes that have taken place and the needs that may now be present. It's going to present more of a challenge for us. For example, like when we did our public hearing, we did it virtually, like we're doing here, and that was successful. But that was new and different. And I want to the biggest thing I want to make sure that we have involved is our consumers and their family members involved, and that's going to be I'm anticipating our biggest challenge. Not all of them have access to that. Not all of them are used to doing this like we all are. And so it's going to be a bigger challenge to make sure we get that feedback of what their needs are. And I guess I'm kind of going on a little longer on that question than I should have, but I have given that a lot of thought, and it will impact our planning in the future.
I appreciate the answer.
Okay, Scott, go ahead and continue.
Okay, you bet. This is a brief kind of overview of what our community needs assessment looked like and who was involved and when we did it. As I mentioned, we had our preliminary interviews in all the way through November and January, and the meetings, which we had 4 of them around the lake. We had them at our peer support centers and invited the community to them. We also did a community survey, which had a few responses on that. We did a community planning session, which is based on the information that we received from the previous things that we did to start to develop a plan, getting the community's input of what, based on the data that we've collected, what is the best way to approach that. And so from that, after we did that, we built the plan and then posted it for 30 days and then had a public hearing on it August 13th. Okay. This is also informational about, mentioned, the components that are in MHSA, and these are the programs under each one of those components, which our county has. Community services and supports, as I mentioned, that's our largest one. The third one down, the full service partnerships, by regulation, those have to be over at least half or slightly over half of how we spend CSS money. Full service partnerships are designed for the most vulnerable, for seriously mentally ill or seriously emotionally disabled, who are at risk of homelessness, incarceration, or institutionalization. And so they are our most vulnerable population, and MHSA helps us be able to fund not only services to match Medi-Cal, but also to do non-traditional type of funding, like help with a home, help them have a place to stay, which we can't do with normal funding. So it's really great for things like that, and it's such I think it's such a blessing that we have this. Anyway, I'm sorry. Our prevention early intervention services, that's where we do a lot of our outreach. Our peer support centers are funded primarily through prevention early intervention. We have 5 of those now in the county, which are really nice. Workforce education and training, I'll get a little bit more on that in the future, but that's designed to train our staff, try and keep our staff, and trying to recruit staff. So it's a nice little funding thing we have for that. I mentioned before what CAP facility and technological needs does, and also innovation. I'm just trying to move along as quick as I can. I just kind of threw this in here just to kind of, and I thought this might be somewhat of interest to our board. What this represents is the number of served over the last couple of years who have their zip codes are within these communities. And this represents just the folks that MHSA has been able to provide services to that are in our the electronic health record. And that's where I could get the data from. So it doesn't cover things like, all of our prevention activities and outreach activities. And these are more of our treatment type of activities. And they're listed on the side there of which treatment programs those represent. And so you can see we serve all around the community.
Scott, I got a question. This is Rob. Are those unique numbers or are those duplicates or?
The reason that they are unique numbers and because they go by a zip code. I first tried to produce a table representing the programming, and I realized that there was duplicates within the programming. Whereas, where you live that's pretty unique.
Well, okay, I guess what I'm asking is a person who lived in Clear Lake in July of 2018 became a resident of Middletown in, July of 2019 and came back for treatment or some help. Would that have been counted as a duplicate, or are these people, are these unique people? Unique numbers.
That's great. That's a good question. Good technical question there. These are people. It's their current zip code that they have, and so they could have moved around, but as of when I did this yesterday, that was their current zip code.
Okay.
The last one there, out of county, you see there's 18, and so those are people that at some point in the past 2 years did receive MHSA services before they were placed out of county. That's why they have that out of county designation zip code.
And it's all levels of service. I mean, some could have been
just on the right there.
Just ancillary, meeting, just to check in to maybe get recommendation to or a referral, but some of them required more intense service that required more and more visits, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And Supervisor Brown, yeah, there is a potential here for some duplication if people did move from one location to another, but I can't accurately speak to that. How
well, I guess I'm more interested in if they were counted twice. That's more. I don't care if they moved or where they moved to. It's just, I know if you check the numbers for Lake County Transit, for example, they'll tell you that they had 100,000 riders. Well, they didn't. They had 1,000 riders riding 100 times. So that's what I'm asking for.
Yeah. Right. That is a good question, and that's why I wanted to do this on zip codes for present zip codes. So whatever zip code that they are presently listed at within our electronic health record, that's who we gathered. They might have received more than multiple services within these different areas right here on the right, but they're only counted once.
Okay.
Okay.
Scott? Yes, I had a question.
Oh, yeah, who has a question?
On the last slide, Supervisor Crandall, yes.
Supervisor Crandall.
What, there's not a total of amount served. Maybe it was on the other page, but what is our capacity to the amount of service that we could provide?
Well, it depends on the program. For example, our full service partnerships, our capacity is about 120. And let's see, the last time I looked, we had about 105. So, we do have room to grow in that area. Our early intervention services has actually been kind of small historically, but we're expanding that because and I'll talk about this in a couple seconds, but we got a grant to help, to assist with that, to assist with MHSA. And so this kind of depends on the program, our crisis access continuum. We really don't have a cap on it. It's just, because you can't really cap, well, hey, you're in crisis, we can't see you, I'm sorry, it's our cap right there. We don't do that. We just keep paying for that. The nice thing about something like that, though, is Medi-Cal does pay for that, and so we can double the value of MHSA by using Medi-Cal. MHSA represents the county match that we would have to get the 50% federal portion.
Thank you for that.
You bet.
The reason I ask is just because there's a lot of mental health issues in, especially my district, and so it's just a matter of getting them there.
Yep. What our mandate is that we are to treat all seriously mentally ill. It doesn't depend on where you live, what your income is, even what insurance you have. We have that mandate that those folks that's who we specialize in, and so there's not really a cap for that. We serve all that have the need.
How many more slides do we have?
I'm going quick. Okay.
No, I'm just curious. I'm curious how many more, because I want to know at what point. I have some questions, but this isn't the spot where I want to ask them. So.
Okay. What I have left is just a little bit about what we're doing with the plan, and also just talking about where the finances are due to COVID-19. That helps.
Hey, Scott, go ahead and continue then.
Okay. I just want to show one more thing. I think this will interest the board. I know it really tickles me a lot. I mentioned before that our full service partnerships are to provide housing for our folks, and this is the numbers over the last couple of years that we've been able to provide housing to. Transitional housing is just temporary housing, but it can it's a little slightly different than emergency housing because it can last through extended weeks or even months. We've gone from folks so we've provided people that just needed that. Then we provided transitional to permanent, where we help someone with their transitional, then also end up supporting them with permanent housing as well. And then we've had a number of people that have gone directly right into permanent housing. And so these are folks that we've really have helped out in our community. Really, really proud to be able to demonstrate what we're doing. It's not to come out too often, but it's something very significant that we do. Anyway, going back to the 3-year plan, identified these strengths on the left and the needs on the right. Just in interest of time, I don't want to go through each one, but strengths, they found that we're doing well in certain areas. We do provide decent services. We're trying to serve the underserved populations, but we also have some real identified needs that we need to continue to work on. None of these needs are particularly surprising. We probably have all heard these type of things before, and it's just areas that we need to work on, and we continue to try and address through this plan. Any questions about that?
I want to make a comment I know a couple of the board members were on the last stakeholder meeting, and the first one identified needs that talks about increased service capacity and workforce retention. There were quite a few comments about wages that, we're not in line. Our pay rates are not in line with the work that's being done. And I just want to point that out, that workforce retention also includes addressing our rates of pay.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Todd.
Our 3-year plan is very similar to our previous plans. But we did have these modifications that are within our plan. It's kind of a summary of the modifications that we're going to be doing with this plan. For older adults, we're going to offer volunteer stipends and technical support. That's for our senior peer support program, and they do a good service of our peers going out and meeting with our older adults. There's always a challenge to get volunteers, and so this is hope that this will enhance that. As I mentioned before, we're increasing our funding for our peer support centers. We've already established a Middletown Family Support Center as of beginning of this year, toward the beginning of this year. With those staff at the peer support centers, we have a number of part-time staff, and we want to change at least one for each center to a full-time staff person. And then the big thing that we want to do, this is really where the increase in funding goes, is we're going to hire 5 outreach workers, one at each center, and one for older adults as well, which we're hoping to probably coordinate with the senior centers. We have our program Otherwise, which is considering hiring additional staff. We have our early intervention services, which I started to mention before. We're planning on expanding services. We just got a grant, which is really exciting. It's a $2 million grant that we were given to last over a number of years, which will really enhance those services. So we're very excited about that. Then going back to our workforce education and training, which I mentioned, we want to rehire a coordinator. That position's been empty for a number of years now. WET, as I mentioned, provides infrastructure and training and staff development. And the other thing that we'll be doing is we'll be partnering with our regional WET partnership, which is a really good deal because OSHPD contributes 50% of the funding within that. And so, from that, we'll be able to get loan repayments, student stipends, and then they'll develop a program, which I'm not sure what it's going to look like, some kind of staff retention type of consulting. So we're looking forward to that. And I mentioned our CAP facility and tech needs. So we want to do things like improve our clinic environments. You noticed on our previous page, we had a thing on there about the stigma of going into a clinic. And so, we always want to try and make it as welcoming as possible. And of course, now we have, with our current environment, we're not even looking at clinics as much as we are looking at virtual support. And so that's another area that we're gonna have to reevaluate. We're also going to be looking long-term at transitioning to a new and improved electronic health record. Then Todd mentioned our innovation project. We're in the last year of our 5-year innovation project, but it will continue. And that's a project of being able to do, a closed loop referral system is where it started from. So that when someone makes a referral, whether it's us or someone else to us, we're able to let whoever made that referral know that the person who was referred, that they showed up and how they're doing. It's first part of care coordination, which we really hope to do. And we also got a grant from the whole person care pilot grant, which will also support it, which is designed for care coordination. So we're hoping, those will really go hand in glove together to be able to, do something really, really neat within our county of being able to collaborate all of our different service agencies together more efficiently. Any questions about that?
Oh, think we're waiting until the completion of your proposal. So if you're done, we can pull this down and,
Well, I do have a couple I just want to kind of cover real quickly.
okay.
You know, this is what we're looking at the budget over the next 3 years, right here. But the one, as I mentioned before, because of, you know, the upcoming, because of the changes because due to the pandemic, the next year, 2021 and 2022, 23, will most likely be modified as a result. This is kind of mentions again, this the impact of COVID-19 on the funding. This is, you know, this is across the state. Which state is funded by income tax on a very high income earners, making revenue volatile. A lot of those come from capital gains taxes, and which also often delay when those taxes are collected. And that plays, and I'll show you how that interacts with the state plan as well. Next, there's a decrease in 1920 funding and an increase in 2021 funding due to delay of the tax filing. If you remember that because of the pandemic, they delayed the tax filing off a few months, and so that changed the revenue from both years, last year and this year. However, as you can see, the next one, anticipate a decrease in 22-23 funding due to economic conditions currently. So there's about a 2 year and a half, 2 year delay that they're looking at of the conditions now impacting in the future. That's just projected, of course, but it's the best state can come up with at the moment. And again, that's due to mostly the delay in capital gains taxes when you claim those. This is the state. This is based on the estimations of component funding. So this is the money that the state gives to the counties overall. They use 18-19 as the base year because nothing, there's no pandemic at that time. And as you can see, in 1920, there is that decrease, which is due to the tax filing delay, which increased for 2021, this current year. They're not expecting a huge change from the baseline for 21, 22, but then when you get to 2023, you see that's where things go way or significantly down. Originally, they're expecting to go down even further. This latest data, which I put in yesterday, doesn't have it going down slightly as much. Originally, they were projecting a 19% drop, and this is slightly less than that, but that's still a significant drop that we'll have to pay attention to. Fortunately for our county, we have a lot of unspent MHSA funds that have built up over the years, and so I anticipate that we will get by fairly smoothly because of those unspent funds and savings that we've had. And so I think that I'm hoping that we will be okay with the current financial conditions. The state has done some things to kind of help counties with these issues, allowing flexibility and accessing prudent reserves. We have a $100,000 prudent reserve fund, which the state says you can access because of the current economic conditions. They've extended the deadlines for this 3-year plan, which we did by about a month or two. Annual updates are the same way, and our annual revenue and expense reports are also allowed to be delayed, but I'm not counting on doing that. I'm counting on being on time. And also they're offering some flexibility, else hasn't been put in law yet, flexibility to move funds within and between some of the components, namely the innovations funding, which I mentioned earlier, the 5%, they said we could use for services. They haven't put that into law yet, but that's just on the table. They did put in the law flexibility with reversion deadlines. As a small county, we have 5 years to spend the money that we receive under most cases. WET, or Workforce Education and Training and Cap Facilities, we have 10 years. But the other components have 5 years. And if you don't meet that deadline, you have to return your money to the state. Due to the current conditions, the state has delayed that for 1 year. Right now, we are not in any danger of reversion. This is the last slide I have right here, which is this kind of a timeline that they had in there of when they were going to be doing these things. This slide's actually just a little old because it has in August that innovation flexibility would be done, and it has not been done yet. But we're anticipating it will be in the future. Okay? Questions?
Hey, Scott, if you could remove that from shared screen, I'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Supervisor Brown?
Yeah, thank you. So remind me what the funding was that we had to return last year? What was that about?
That was funding that we had to return was for years earlier in our MHSA program, where we had funding that we had put into our prudent reserve and some other funding, which this is like around 2009, 2010, around that time era, that funding that wasn't spent from that time period. And the state just within the last couple of years or so has started enforcing the reversion of funding.
That's what I thought. I wanted to make sure that there was on that to follow up with my next comment that, as we all move on and, come here and go there and retire and do all that kind of stuff, we got to remember that, it doesn't do us any good if we have to return it. It'd be one thing if we didn't have a need, but we clearly have a need. And that need, I missed any slides that actually specifically indicated the need that we have with our jail, I know there's training for law enforcement, but law enforcement, they're not mental health workers, they're not social workers, although that's what we're turning them into, because, this is mental health, behavioral health is like any other type of service that we have socially, where 90% of our resources are going to 10% of the population. Now, based on the numbers that you gave us, it's actually probably less than 10% of the population, quite a bit less, but that's where the resources are going. And one of the things that I've noticed over the years is it's the same group of people that we're dealing with. Code enforcement, homelessness, animal control, social services, the jail, all these people, it's the same folks. And so a lot of it is right here, right? This is the bottom line of what their issue is. If you go to the sheriff's website, and, I'm not going to out anybody because I feel badly for them. I think that's, it's really, really a sad situation, but I know that statewide, we're releasing, we as a society, as a government, are releasing regularly hardcore criminals. And you look at our sheriff's website at the in-custody population, if you know these people like I do, there's a lot of them that are in there because of their behavioral health issues. They're not criminals. They've committed crimes, possibly, to put them there, but they're not criminals like the ones that are being released by the state. And I think a lot of the issues could be dealt with by dealing with them at that level. Obviously, we don't want to just, kick people out that are committing crimes or going to reoffend, that's even worse. But we're keeping a lot of people in custody because of their behavioral health issues. And I know that for a fact. That's not, something that I suspect. I've seen it. I've witnessed it. I've talked to Todd about it. And we're not giving them the help that I think that we should be giving them. And if we have this kind of funding, we shouldn't be returning a nickel until their concerns are addressed, because their concerns ultimately are ours if they're out in the public and they're using up all these other resources and putting people at risk or inconvenienced even, for that matter. That, if somebody's homeless camped out in front of a grocery store, it's not the end of the world, but we could do better by them. So that's the comment I had to make for that.
I appreciate that, and we do try and impact that population, try and address that population. Within this plan, we have a forensic set of services that we provide that MHSA funds for folks that do find themselves getting in trouble with the criminal justice system. As a department, of course, we do provide funding for a contractor, jail medical services, and to provide behavioral health services within there too. We also have a mental health block grant that we use for trying to help fund some of these services. So this is something we definitely see as important. There's, one of the things that, as you mentioned there, Supervisor, is trying to help train our important law enforcement agencies, and because a lot of times they are the first people that come in contact with that. And so, we definitely are looking at ways that we can do that. There is some training that which we're looking at being able to provide to assist with that. And so this is definitely a population that we recognize is important, and we want to pay attention to.
Supervisor Crandall, and then I'll go to you, Supervisor Swati. Go ahead, Supervisor Crandall.
Thank you, Scott, for explaining that, and Supervisor Brown for explaining that as well, asking that question or making that statement, because in the communities on the North Shore, tribal communities, and even in the communities where a lot of people that have mental health issues, where it happens at, a lot of the families count on the fact that their family member gets arrested, because there's no other way to get them to the behavioral health services or mental health services. So they're like, we just got to wait for them to slip up and get them in there, because that's majority of the time, that's the place where they finally either they get in and get out and start it all over again, recidivism, or they finally hear it after being in so many times. So if there's a way to connect that and make a liaison, it would really stop some of this recidivism. So thank you for explaining.
And I just,
Supervisor Spatier.
I want to make two comments. One is to continue on what Supervisor Brown said, and I know that it mimics the idea of project restoration, where we could be looking at our own county department high utilizers and how much money is social services putting into this individual, how much is behavioral health putting into this individual, and how much is our sheriff's department putting into this individual, possibly code enforcement, as Supervisor Crandall was discussing, and looking at what that total amount is and being able to decrease it, because we know for a fact that Project Restoration looked at the ER visits, looked at the police department and fire EMT visits, and were able to minimize almost a $1 million a year patient to less than $100,000 or around $100,000. And so that makes our dollars go much further if we're able to do this internally as well. And I'm wondering, are there those types of discussions already between all the potential departments of, have you had access to this person? Have you had access to this person? Are you dealing with this person? Where now we're, just to make sure that we're not still working within our own silos, which is easy to do because we get so involved and our heads down into the work that we're doing to get it accomplished, that sometimes looking up and looking at that same program as Project Restoration could potentially work in an internal fashion here.
I really like that comment quite a bit, and it's something that I really think about a lot and aware of, and that's what our innovation project is really about. You talk about the idea of siloed type of services, and so what we really would like to do is try and break some of those silos and be able to work more together. This new idea which you guys you all Pathways project is this software to be able to link different service agencies, including probation and law enforcement and anybody that works with people, to be able to work with, do referrals and collaborate together with some of the these common folks that we have. There's a lot of times someone will make a referral and they don't know what happens to that referral. Well, I'm referring to behavioral health, but they don't have what happens then. Did they follow through? Did it succeed? Did they need more additional help? Well, that's what this Innovations Project is trying to address through this system and through the whole person care grant, which is really looking at not just the mental health, or not just the physical health, or the economic health, or it's looking at the whole person, and to address that through our different community agencies and providers, working together to try and better that. So I'm really excited about this project, that it can, it might be able to make some real inroads into exactly what you were talking about.
And not only that, because Scott also oversees our housing continuum of care and is working on this homeless management information system, which kind of does the same thing. So it's almost kind of a perfect storm right now as far as getting folks connected to programs and resources and referrals that they need. It's an exciting time, and things are finally coming together around that folks are getting a warm handoff, and we're tracking them and following up to see how they're progressing through the system. So not only through MHSA, but also the housing continuum of care. So it's exciting, and we're overseeing all of that. So it makes it all that much more exciting that we're a part of it.
So I have a question, and I'm trying to step around the discussion of the substance of it, but it's more of, can MHSA funds pay for something like this? So there's the larger context of conversation, which Supervisor Brown kind of hinted on, this whole, the police reform. And I agree that we're asking them to deal with homelessness. We're asking them to deal with mental health, and that's not necessarily what they were trained to deal with, but yet they're doing their best with what they're given with dealing with these folks that they have to deal with. Is there funding to maybe match up and pair up a deputy with a behavioral health specialist within the same vehicle, so that together we can have law enforcement and behavioral health that can work simultaneously rather than one or the other? Because I don't believe one or the other is what works. It's both together. And so I'm just looking to see, is there funding that would help with that, or would that have to come from a separate area of just hiring people and creating an internal policy of doing that?
The funding, Supervisor Sabatier, has been an issue around that, because when I first started here, I was all excited about having our crisis staff, ride along with law enforcement as they went out in the field. But I quickly learned that it's a billable service, and if folks are just sitting in the car riding with law enforcement and not able to bill for those services, then we don't get paid for it. So
I do have a question about that, though, Todd. I don't mean to interrupt, but why wouldn't that be included in the law enforcement training? Why wouldn't that be? Couldn't that be considered part of the training with law enforcement to be going along with that? You're not dealing with a specific client or patient, but you are working towards a greater goal of assisting with all the folks that they come into contact. So I'm not sure how that would be any different.
And I'd love to have the larger conversation about that as well. I'm just looking to see if MHSA would potentially provide, and it sounds like they could, as long as it's an action that's billable. But not the entirety.
It has to be like I was mentioning at the beginning of this presentation. It's a community-based need, stakeholder needs. If this is something that's a priority that we need to do, and then we can, if that's what the feedback that we receive, we can create some of that. There's ways to do that. As I mentioned before, the funding we do have to be careful with, because if we do that, then what don't we fund as a result?
Right. And so my last question / comment, because I don't think you have it right in front of you, I appreciate the fact that you provided some unduplicated numbers for us to look at. What I'm looking for, because I know one of the criteria of the ability for somebody to be a client of behavioral health, they must be able to overcome their behavioral health issue. It can't be a permanent issue for life. That's my understanding, that it's something that can be solved. And what I've never seen is, what are our outcomes of bringing our patients that we are dealing with to that success where they've overcome their behavioral health issue? And to kind of figure out and label which programs are really the more successful programs versus those programs that maybe it's just more difficult because they have more acute ailments to deal with, but I haven't seen a success ratio or a success spreadsheet or any kind of data to show me this is our success rates that we're having.
We do have some things that we can do, and that's something also that we're trying to improve even more. We do have some outcome measurements that we do. For example, we have it's an outcome measurement called CANS. The state has required everyone to use for youth and children. We have another one for our substance abuse services called CalOWNS. We have a small one for our adults called MOORS, but we're looking at some other outcome measures. Then we also have a system just for our full service partnerships, which is data that we do ongoing collect about the reduction in hospitalizations and the reduction in gaining homelessness or starting education or a job. We have those kind of outcome measures. Unfortunately, just to be honest, we're having a hard time getting that reporting from that data collection that we have. And that seems to be, multi-counties have that same issue, and so we're trying to still work on it. We collect the data, we just haven't been able to report on it.
Because I'd love to see that when you have the ability to do so, because I think that's really important to be able to
I was really hoping
measure.
to have that for you, but we still haven't been able to unlock it yet.
Yeah, and you've heard me talk about reporting. I mean, this has been a bigger struggle than I ever anticipated. As Scott pointed out, we do collect data, but trying to get anything meaningful or compelling out of our system is worse than pulling teeth. And so we're actively working on a workaround. We're contracting with someone to help us extract the information we need, because I'm as frustrated as you board members are, I'm sure. And I appreciate, you're helping me push this along, but I'm as frustrated as you are, because I'm still not getting the outcome information that I think we should be able to see. It's there, and we're working on it. And you'll hear me talk more about that tomorrow at our budget presentation.
So I just.
Go ahead, Supervisor Brown.
Okay, so it's really important to me, so I'm sorry if I'm, being a pain in this, but I'm still not hearing the answer that I want. And I may not get that, but I'm not gonna go without saying we need to address this. The inmate population at the jail is, in my opinion, seriously underserved, and I don't know why that is or anything like. In dealing with it, I don't know if the policy's changed, but I've been told that the policy is we do not see inmates while they are in custody, and I can go into specifics on that, but that is what I've been told, and that's what's been represented. That's how it's been. I don't know if that's changed, but until that's changed, this whole idea of not having somebody ride along with law enforcement because they're not billed to a particular client, well, then go see them when they're in custody. And so if that's changed, then I'm ready to let it go. But I have not seen where that policy has been changed. And if somebody tells me that that's not been the policy, rethink that answer first, because it has been the policy, and it doesn't make sense.
We, our staff here at Behavioral Services, do see inmates when their discharge plan has been formed. We see them 90 days before they are released, and that's when we're able to work with them. But again, and Supervisor Brown, you've heard me say this before, when they are in custody, the Medi-Cal benefits stop, and it's a dollars and cents issue.
Okay.
And
Okay.
I know you around with this.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and I know that, but are we talking about Medi-Cal, or are we talking about this funding here right now? Because,
I like to.
For 30 years, I've lived this life with dealing with inmates and all that, so I'm very familiar with this. It's not something that I just passed by, accidentally. And I know that, that a lot, that's fine. They get a discharge, and then you see them within 90 days.
Yes.
Many times, they need to be seen the day they're arrested, not 6 months down the line when they maybe get sentenced and all that, because that's not effective, and everybody knows that. And we're not gonna sugarcoat it. I'm not gonna let it pass without saying these people need to be seen immediately. They need to be seen sometimes at night. Sometimes we have law enforcement tied up for hours. That used to be the case. May be wrong now. They'd be tied up for hours at the emergency room with people that had behavioral health issues because we could not get anybody from behavioral health to go in there and take over where they left off. Sheriff can weigh in on that. If that's not a problem anymore, then that's great. That's been resolved. But it's been a problem for years and years and years that behavioral health issues for inmates, for those who are incarcerated or arrested, are not dealt with timely. And so I'm not trying to place blame or anything. There's a problem here, and with all due respect, I don't know that the rest of the board actually has an intimate view of that problem like I've experienced. And I'm not exaggerating on that one bit. So I'm just trying to add that perspective.
No, I appreciate it, Supervisor Brown, and I wish it was interesting you bring this up, because I was on a call earlier this week, or maybe it was late last week. We and Health Services contract with an organization called WellPath, who is contractually obligated to provide the services to which you're referring, because my staff cannot, because of the whole billable issue. And there's been a lot of confusion around who's responsible for what and roles and responsibilities. And I came out of this call feeling like I think maybe they're getting it, that we're holding them accountable to the terms of their contract. And we're probably getting way off base here. But I do need you to know that there is an organization that is supposed to be providing these services, and we're holding them accountable.
I think also something to keep in mind is the services that we offer are voluntary. And the services even in the jail are voluntary. The company that our director is talking about, they can't force people to see the psychiatrist. They can offer it, but they can't force someone to do it unless someone's on a different type of a specific hold, like a 5150. Otherwise, all we do is voluntary. A lot of people.
Okay. All right, fair enough. So when was the last time that somebody was visited in the jail that was, or that you're going to tell me that they're all involuntary? Because I can guarantee you, I'm betting, I can't guarantee it, but I'm betting right now that there's not been one visit in the last 3 years to the jail to somebody that was just incarcerated, just visited there, and it just doesn't happen. I've talked to the jail about it. I said, they've become mental health professionals up there. They become folks that just try to deal with it the best that they can. And they tell me that no one from mental health comes up there. They've called them and had them come up there, behavioral health, whatever you want to call it. And so it's just an issue that needs to be dealt with. And I do think you're not getting off base. I think this is a fundamental and appropriate use of these funds and our resources to deal with that population. I think it's something that we need to face head on. It's the elephant in the room that we need to deal with.
And I think that there's always ways to figure out how to get what we want by reading the rules. And I know it's a simplification of what we can fix, but it's definitely not a secret that our jails are becoming similar to mental health wards. with the amount of issues, the amount of mental health issues that some of those folks have over there. And maybe at one point we need to call specific wings hospital wings, and now all of a sudden you can bill them because they're not in a jail, they're in a hospital. And maybe we just need to figure out how to word it right, because the rules say if you're hospitalized for 24 hours, you're now eligible for Medi-Cal again for the services you get. It's about being admitted into the right facility, and jail does not check that box where now you can go ahead and do that. And we need to be creative and figure out a way to make sure that we can check that box. And maybe we're pursuing the idea of jail in the sense of what it was in 1980, when obviously it's not at all what it used to be. So I think that I do believe it has everything to do with MHSA, but I also think it has a greater conversation further than just MHSA because of other impacts.
Well, and again, bear in mind, MHSA, when I first started here and I got a call from one of our contractors who was paid via MHSA funds wanting an increase in the contract. And I said, oh, sure, I can do that. But no, I can't do that. It's all about stakeholder input. So if this is something near and dear to someone's heart, they need to come to these meetings and have a voice and say, this is where these monies need to go. It's out of our control. It's up to the community and up to the stakeholders to decide where these funds need to go. So, I mean, that's all I can say to that.
Hey,
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
This is Anita. If I could just state that the issue with regard to care at the jail is an ongoing discussion, and it's not terribly complicated, but it is involved. So that might be a good topic for a separate agenda item for your board, so that you can ask questions with documents and information directly in front of you that I think would be very beneficial for you moving forward.
All right. Thank you, Anita.
Yeah, and I agree with that. And we also, I want to remind you, you can only have 2 board members on this committee. So we already have 2. So maybe it's not as near and dear to the 2 that are there. Maybe they need to address it. But I can also tell you that there are other issues that are dealt with on that committee where the stakeholders aren't involved. How many homeless people do you have there? None. But their problems are dealt with. So I think you can advocate for somebody and not be a stakeholder. I'm obviously not in custody, but I think it's important to have that perspective considered. So.
Thank you, Supervisor Brown. Supervisor Scott, I know you had your hand up. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask the question. Todd made a comment that, he had a discussion with somebody last week about this other company. Was it WellPath?
WellPath, yes.
WellPath, that they're responsible for providing these services. So maybe it's up to the Board of Supervisors to make sure and mandate that they do what they're supposed to be doing. So maybe that's a discussion that we need to be bringing here to make sure that the company that's supposed to be providing these services is doing so.
Mr. Chair, again, I think you'd benefit from actually having the full agreement in front of you as to who is supposed to be doing what, because it's an involved process and humans are involved. So while it's not terribly complicated, it's involved. So again, if your board wanted to have a separate item with that information in front of you and the public, I think it would be very helpful.
Okay. Thank you, Anita. It sounds like definitely an agenda item that we can bring back. Go ahead, Tina.
I would just like to also comment, I went to one of your public meetings, and I was impressed by how many people you did get to these meetings to put public input into where these monies are going to be spent. So the public is engaged, and that was exciting to see. But, Scott, as you did say, these services, you can't mandate somebody to take them. It's something that they have to voluntarily do. And I think that's one thing that you guys are doing is thinking outside the box when providing these services. I know, like Motherwise, talking with some of the people that use the services there, they really don't see it as mental health services, but it is. And so it's thinking outside the box where they're getting the help and the assistance, not realizing really what it is that they're getting. So it takes the stigma away from getting those services. And same thing with the peer centers. I think it's just trying to figure out how to get these services to people where it takes that stigma away, and they don't fully understand the help that they're getting. So it's exciting to see. And those stakeholder meetings, they're the ones that are determining where this money is going to be spent. And it's exciting to see we do have a lot of participation in that.
The stakeholders do not determine where the money is spent. They offer input. The determination is made as a result of those recommendations, though.
Yes. Okay, any more questions for Todd or Scott at this point? Okay, we're going to go ahead and open it up to public comment. Jake, I don't see any hands up in the room at this point. Can you go ahead, Sheriff Martin? Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to chime in on a couple things here. Obviously, the jail is near and dear to my heart, and we do, in fact, get tasked with performing a lot of mental health services for our population. And we started off this conversation by saying that law enforcement isn't mental health specialists. We get a very minimal amount of training. We get some de-escalation, conflict resolution, and some crisis intervention, but it in no way enables us to care for people in a long term. It's designed to address a very acute condition, a very specific situation, but the long-term care, I think, is definitely something that's outside the scope of our capabilities and probably is going to remain so for the foreseeable future. I found it interesting that the conversation actually got steered that way towards, let's arrest people so they can get help. And while I appreciate that, the jail environment probably isn't the most conducive place for people to receive adequate treatment, but sometimes it is the only place to receive some sort of treatment. One thing to keep in mind when we send people off to jail, we have our own difficulties and our own challenges in providing those services. Our staffing levels are woefully low, and it does require some amount of staff time just to accommodate the mental health providers when they do come in and provide that. And sometimes we're not able to do that. We try to do what we can, but oftentimes it's just not a possibility. Additionally, we've been tasked with the closure of the jail to a lot of services. I believe that mental health services is probably one of those services that got cut back, at least for some time, in response to the pandemic. Again, it's if we have some resources available, I'm willing to do whatever we can. But just keep in mind that if we're going to start providing additional services or increase the magnitude of the services we're providing in jail, I'm going to need some additional support at the sheriff's office side as well. Supervisor Sabatier referenced a $1 million patient being reduced to $100,000. And I don't know the dollar amount right off the top of my head that behavioral health contributes towards the contract with WellPath. WellPath's been mentioned in here. And again, as Anita said, this is probably something that's best taken up as its own individual agenda item to talk about that. But I don't think that amount is equal to $1 million. And if we have $1 million patients running around, it certainly wouldn't be adequate to provide services for the amount of people that I have in custody that absolutely need this type of service. I want to validate what Supervisor Brown says. He probably doesn't need me to validate anything he says, but I'm here to tell you he's absolutely right. We have people in there that are in dire need of mental health services. They're in there because of mental health services, not because they're criminals, but because sometimes they just can't control their actions. And I'm very supportive of any plan that can help us, help the mental health department or the behavioral health department in providing those services, whether it's out on the street in some sort of intervention prior to being in custody or to help when the services can be provided while they're in custody. As far as, I know we say WellPaths, we're going to hold them accountable and they're responsible. Ultimately, it's the county that's responsible. We've had a tragic in custody death of a person who was suffering from some very acute mental health conditions, and I certainly don't want to go through that again. Whatever we can do to help out not only the people that are receiving our services in jail, but just the county in general, we're here to help. But I'm going to ask for help as well when those times come. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Martin. All right, I don't see their hands up in public comment at this point. Jake, can you open the room, please?
Yes, I will.
Virtual room.
Unmute the Zoom floor here. I sent out an unmute request. If you would like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay. All right, Jake, go ahead and close the room up. We'll bring it back to the regular room. Before we go to our next public comment, I did see that Supervisor Crandall, you had a comment?
Yes, I just wanted to state that my comment wasn't, I apologize if it seemed that I was trying to drive it to get people arrested to get services. It wasn't that. It was my interaction with families and indigent Native American families on the rancherias and indigent families that deal with their children or relatives having mental health. Their comments to me is our only hope is that they get arrested because that's where they'll get sober and can get the help. So that's what my comment was for. It wasn't driven at arresting people and getting them that, so.
Okay. Go ahead and bring it back to, at this point, to the chambers. I see we do have somebody with their hand up, so. Can you please state your name, first and last name?
Joan Moss. I had a visiting of inmates was one of my ways of working in the past, and an inmate I visited got to see a mental health counselor whenever he asked. I wanted to put in a good word for the grand jury report that is current, where Sheriff Martin is quoted as saying that 60% of the jail population have mental health issues. And I do believe that Sheriff Martin is doing the best he can. I read where the mental health department had to return money after a 10-year period that was not spent. And this was in the past concerning Mental Health Services Act funds. And I'm very glad that Todd Metcalf and the people are concerned about using the funds in the best way possible. And again, I want to put a plug in for the grand jury report concerning the jail and concerning behavioral health. I thought the grand jury did a good job, and they're lay citizens, and they connected the same way we're trying to connect here. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan. Okay, do we have any more public comment?
No more public comment.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the board for discussion or action. I know there is action that needs to be taken today. Would any of the board members like to take on that action? Go ahead, Supervisor Crandall.
I'll motion to, I think it's approve the 3-year plan, the consideration and presentation. Oh, wait, that's not the action, is it? Well, I motion to approve the 3-year plan submitted by Behavioral Health Services.
Second.
Go ahead, Supervisor Brown.
I would like, because we talked about it, but I would like to see it come back, that I'm okay with receiving it as it's presented, but with the understanding that we'll come back with this further discussion of the jail, the correctional facility, and that.
Can I include that into my motion?
Yes. Second, will you still second that with the addition?
Mr. Chair, actually, it'd be better if you didn't include that one.
Oh, really? Okay.
Two separate actions would be better.
So, all right. So
I'm just asking by consensus. I'm not asking for official motion. I'm just asking for by consensus and that we follow through with this. It was offered and it was agreed upon, and I think that we should bring it back, so.
Absolutely.
Yes, I agree too.
We have a consensus, so my motion will stand as just for the 3-year plan then.
Okay. All right, Johanna, can you do the roll call vote, please?
Yes, Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott, Supervisor Brown,
Yes.
and Supervisor Simon.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Todd.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Yes, I appreciate the conversation. Looking forward to more.
Thank you, Todd. Okay, I know we have been going here for a while, so what we'd like to do is get staff and folks a lunch break. I do know Supervisor Brown, I would like to ask you on your item 5.14 that was pulled.
Yeah, we could do that
If we
now.
could address that, if you've got the
Sure.
information, we could address that, and then after that, we will take a 45-minute lunch break.
Yeah, 45-month would be great.
Yeah, well, you're about to get one here,
Yeah.
not long, but
Yeah.
45 minutes, sorry.
Okay, yeah, just, you want to call out the item and then
Yes, please, give me 1 second here, and I will do that. So item 5.14 that was pulled from our consent agenda, A, approve the purchase of a 2020 Can-Am MAV Sport XX UTV, and B, authorize the sheriff or his designated issue a purchase agreement or a purchase order to Hillside Power Sports Marine in the amount of $24,962.45.
Okay, so the question that I have, and I didn't get a hold of the sheriff about this. I figured he could, come in and answer it. Nobody contacted me, and I just didn't, we got this thing on Friday. So, so this vehicle, I looked it up, and I was kind of surprised that we needed something like this, but that's neither here nor there. The cost of it is $24,000 plus, but there's also a cost for equipment on it. Radios, what else, what other items, what is the ultimate, the final cost on this item?
I don't know that we'll install any radios on it. Other than our Jeep 4x4, we haven't installed radios on any of our other OH vehicles. It might require a little bit of lighting equipment. The cost of that should be fairly minimal.
Okay. Well, yeah, there's no radios on the motorcycles, obviously, but I figured there might be something on this. But anyway, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail.
So can I address?
I'm having a problem with this, as you can imagine, and I've never, in the whole time I've been here, ever had anybody in my constituents say, if only we had a dune buggy, we could be so much safer. And I don't know, I'm having trouble with that.
Go ahead, Sheriff Martin.
So yes, this is all about, and I get it, because when this came across my desk, I had a lot of questions and concerns as well. Like, is this something we really need? And after talking with staff, this is all about getting the right tool for the right job. We have the OHV program that we implemented using green sticker funds and grant programs. This vehicle will be paid for out of that. As we, just on the last item, Supervisor Brown actually mentioned that, we don't want to be giving money back for things, but we certainly don't want to be spending money just for the sake of spending money. When we're talking about this item, it's really the right tool for the right job, particularly in patrolling the Cow Mountain area, whether it's for OHV enforcement, rules of the vehicle code enforcement, or simply going out there to help somebody who may have become injured or had their vehicle disabled. There's a lot of trails out there which are not suitable for either a motorcycle or a Jeep. We're going after people who are sometimes in these very types of vehicles, and they can access areas. I can tell you from personal experience, trying to get a motorcycle into some of these areas, getting our Jeep into some of these areas is completely impossible, and getting our motorcycles in there is precarious and dangerous. So this is a very purpose-specific type of vehicle. It's not a dune buggy. It's a very specifically built type of vehicle designed to respond to any incidents that would be appropriate for this type of vehicle.
It's a dune buggy. It's exactly what it's for the dunes and that type of thing. That's what they sell them for. They're for racing and all that, but that's neither here nor there either. I don't know. We don't have staff. We have to, mail in, burglary reports and things like that because we don't have staff, but so I didn't realize we had staff for this. What's that?
Give me some more staff.
Well, we have enough staff to drive this thing around, so I don't know. Anyway, I've said my piece. I was curious about it. There's no picture of it, and the first thing I thought was, okay, it's a like a rescue type vehicle or anything, but you can't rescue anybody in this thing. It is for a specific purpose, but I didn't realize that there was a need for that. So never was made aware of that being a need. So.
Okay, any more questions from the board members? Yeah, Supervisor Scott.
I don't know if this is an appropriate question, but the sheriff indicated that he's going to be using green sticker funds to purchase this. Could you let us know what other things you purchased before with green sticker funds, just to get us an idea of?
Well, I don't know if I'll be able to quote you what dollar amounts from the green sticker funds have come, but I can tell you that for the OHV program, this is coming from a combination of green sticker funds and the OHV grant program. And again, without going into the specific dollar amounts that were allocated from specific funds, I can tell you that we've purchased the OHV motorcycles and the OHV Jeep with those funds.
And there's also, we didn't purchase the property, but there's been a significant amount of property purchased for the purposes of off-road vehicle up on Hopland and that type of thing. But I want to follow up, Tina, that's a good question. What have we purchased? But I think if the board's going to be responsible for approving these funds, we should also be allowed the opportunity to see what these funds could purchase in the event of, maybe there's some other other things that could be included in that. So I don't know if that's ever a possibility. It's not anything that probably needs to be worried with immediately, but I think at some point, if the board's going to be asked to approve these funds, the board should also have input on where the money should go.
When I saw this item, I was actually thinking you're going to be using this to eradicate illegal grows. Is this something that this would also be used to do?
No, this is very specific towards the OHV enforcement, the OHV program enforcement. And that has to do with, when I was up there, I talked about my recent experience being up there on a trail that I probably shouldn't have been on a motorcycle. We encountered one of these very vehicles that was up there that had allegedly been recently purchased. There's no way to tell when it was purchased, but obviously it was up there and we found it to be without the proper registration sticker. So it's the equivalent of driving around a vehicle that you purchase on the highways without paying your vehicle registration. The monies that come for the enforcement for that come from those very vehicle registration purposes, and they're supposed to be used towards that end.
Okay. Any more Supervisor Sabatier?
So I will say that there is quite the enthusiasm for our OHV parks, and that does bring a lot of people from the Bay Area and around us to find something so remotely close to offer such a wonderful place to have fun on an OHV vehicle. What I would like to know, and granted this is a precautionary thing, it's for the just in case, it's for the what if. I guess I have two questions. One, this is for in case somebody injures themselves and you have to go out and help them to get to an ambulance or whatever it is that you need to do. One, how many times has that occurred that you haven't been able to reach them? And two, is the vehicle equipped to make sure that it can carry somebody who's injured back to safety, or is that a difficult task on this? Because I saw the picture, it looks comfortable if you're driving it, not sure what the comfort is as far as if it's equipped for someone who's injured.
Sure, clearly it's not, obviously it's not an off-highway ambulance service that we're trying to afford, and that was just given as one of the many reasons that we would use this vehicle. The primary purpose would be for OHV enforcement, and if you give me some more advance notice, I come up with a probably more accurate count about how many times situations have come up like this, but I can tell you that there have been times where people have been unreachable by us, and we've had to enlist the help of a helicopter to go in and get them. So while it doesn't happen, it's not an everyday occurrence, it certainly does happen.
I know that in my conversations, I even have some folks asking me about setting up, seeing if it's possible to do some sort of event on our OHV areas. And again, I think the enthusiasm for people wanting to come here is good. And what we need is to make sure, especially if we're using somewhat of a grant funding, it's self-funded basically. Through the green sticker program and whatnot, that we need to make sure we have what we need to be able to provide a safe environment and enforce the laws for those that are going out there. So while it does look like a fun toy, I think that we need to make sure that we offer the right experience for everybody that's here, and we need to continue offering that kind of facility to everyone out there. So I'm okay with moving forward, especially where the funds come from. And just like so many other things that we purchase, I think we need to give the benefit of the doubt that it will be used exactly for what it says here it will be used for. And we can always ask for a report if we want to provide some numbers to us.
And one last thing before I stop, the cost of the lighting and siren equipment is already built into the bid.
Thank you, Supervisor, or thank you, Sheriff Martin. Okay, any more questions for Sheriff at this point on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and go to public comment. Jake, I don't see any hands up. Can you please open the room, please, the virtual room?
Yes, I will unmute the Zoom floor here. I've sent out an unmute request. If you'd like to make a comment, please state your first and last name.
Okay, hearing none, Jake, go ahead and close the room. We'll bring it back to chambers. Do we have anybody in chambers who would like to make public comment on this item?
Does not appear anybody would like to make a public comment on this item.
Okay, at this point, we're going to go ahead and close public comment. We'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the purchase of a 2020 Can-Am MAV Sport XX UTV and authorize the sheriff or his designee to issue a purchase order to Hillside Power Sports Marine in the amount of $24,962.45.
Second.
Motion and a second. Johanna, can you please do roll call?
Yes. Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
No.
And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, with that item being handled, we're going to go ahead and we are going to take a lunch break from, and we will be back and reconvene at 1:45. And we will finish out our calendar items that we have, and then we'll go into closed session. So we'll see everyone at 1:45. Okay, we're going to go ahead and resume our September 15th, 2020 Board of Supervisors, Lake County Board of Supervisors meeting. We're going to go right into our non-timed items for this afternoon. We have 4 of those, and we're going to start with our item 7.2, discussion and direction to staff on ways for Supervisor Sabatier, on staff on ways for the Public Services Director to waive fees for landfill use for specific groups with community cleanup goals. And I do not see Supervisor Sabatier in the room.
Supervisor Sabatier is not here yet.
Okay, well then, let's, while we're waiting for Supervisor, then we'll take up another item then. If you could pan that boardroom camera over just a little bit to the right, it would be great. I can see Supervisor Brown. I only see half the chair for Supervisor Sabatier. Let's take up our, then while we're waiting for Supervisor Sabatier, let's take up our, let's just go to something that hopefully will be pretty quick here. Let's take up item 7.4, consideration of the advisory board appointments for the first 5 of Lake County. It was presented by the clerk of the board.
I could actually introduce this item. I sit on the
Okay, go ahead, Tina.
and I sat on the interview panel, and we chose Von Ray to fill the vacant position and Susan Jen to continue working with First 5. These 2 have been approved through First 5, but now we have to have the Board of Supervisors also approve.
Okay. Any more discussion from board members at this point on the first 5 appointments? Okay. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. I don't see any hands up on the shake, but go ahead and open the room, please.
Yes, I'll open up the room here. I've sent unmute requests out to the room. If you'd like to make a comment, please start by unmuting and stating your first and last name.
Okay, hearing none, Jake, go ahead and close the room and we'll bring it back to board chambers. Do we have anybody in the actual board chambers that may have comment on this item?
Are we on? Yeah. No,
Yeah.
there's no one in board chambers wishing to speak at this time.
Okay, thank you very much, Supervisor Brown. All right, so we'll go ahead and close public comment at this point, and we'll bring it back. Supervisor Sabatier, we took up item 7.4. We'll come back to item 7.2 as soon as we complete this one.
Apologize my tardiness.
That's okay. Allowed us to move on to another agenda item. So we'll go ahead and bring it back for action on item 7.4.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve Susan Jett and Fawn Rave to the First Five Commission.
Second.
Been a motion and second. Please, Johanna, if you'd please do the roll call vote.
Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
You're on mute.
oh, he needs to be unmuted.
Aye.
There you go.
Okay, Supervisor Scott, I didn't hear Supervisor Scott.
Hear me?
Okay,
Aye.
thank you. Yes, and Supervisor Brown
Yes.
and Supervisor Simon.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we will return to our item 7.2. I will read this item out again. Discussion and direction to staff on ways for Public Services Director to waive fees for landfill use for specific groups with community cleanup goals. This item was put on by Supervisor Sabatier. Supervisor Sabatier, go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. Again, I apologize for my tardiness so that you have to repeat yourself. So this was brought to my attention. Well, number one, we're all very aware of the unfortunate illegal dumping that people take advantage of our county and our communities, that we have such a huge amount of open space. That's what makes us love the county that we live in. It enhances the beauty of our surroundings. And unfortunately, it's difficult to always pay attention and see what's happening in those open spaces. And people take advantage of that. And there's a lot of illegal dumping that occurs in our county. There's been a group that has become very well known in the entire county, Citizens Caring for Clear Lake. They are based in the city of Clear Lake, but oftentimes, I would say almost every single day, Nicole Cook, who is part of their group, goes out to Sulphur Bank Road. Sometimes they do entire activities to go clean up Sulphur Bank Road. I have introduced them to the entire North Shore through Supervisor Crandall to talk to his town halls, to share with those residents up there as to what they do and how it is that they're able to clean up so many of these illegal dumps. Without groups like Citizens Caring for Clear Lake, or the work that was almost put together because of COVID, it was canceled. It was the Clash with Trash over in Lucerne, which I believe came from the work of the Lucerne area town hall, as well as with the help of Kenny Parlett and Thomas Aceves. Without the work of these people, we would be really hard up to get it all cleaned up by the county itself. I don't believe there is any staff that sits there and twiddles its thumbs and does nothing. I think that everybody is busy trying to run around and put out fires and sometimes literally, and get their job, get their work accomplished. And to ask to continuously, month after month, year after year, clean up these illegal dump sites is just a large task to take on our own. And so I started discussions with Director Lars Ewing of Public Services, due to his overseeing the county landfill over south of Clear Lake, or east of Clear Lake. And at this moment in time, he feels, and I spoke with Anita Grant as well, they both feel that there is no specific policy that allows him to waive fees or reduce fees for community groups that are there to do the good deed of cleaning up after people unfortunately destroy our communities by dumping illegally. And of course, there would be some caveats if we approve to move forward and create a resolution that would allow Director Ewing to say, yes, this can be reduced, or yes, we can waive this fee. And I just want to share with you some of our vision from Vision 2028 as well. One of them is clean up our neighborhoods through code enforcement. And I know that means through the usage of the process of code enforcement, but cleaning up our neighborhoods is so much more than just code enforcement. Sometimes it really does take the community coming together to clean up neighborhoods. Later on, it says collaborate with tribes, cities, and community groups to maximize opportunities. And I think this is one of those ways to maximize opportunities by allowing some of these groups to have that capability to see a decrease in the fees or a waiving of the fees. And then the last one is encourage volunteerism, service, and action toward the common good. And this is absolutely an action towards the common good. So as you can see in the memo that I wrote up, I put out some sample criteria where maybe you have to be a nonprofit in order to be approved for a decrease or a waiving of the fees, with an emphasis on cleaning up communities. And I don't know how this would fit in, but maybe as an arm of the Board of Supervisors, because I would love to see groups like LATH that we're putting on together, Clash with Trash, to also maybe be able to utilize this this benefit so that they can see the community benefit as well. Obviously provide before and after pictures to show that the cleanup actually did occur, and what were you cleaning up. Have a maximum amount waived per year. I'll just throw out a number, maybe a maximum of $10,000 worth of fees waived. And that cleanup is either on public property or private property, with an affidavit signed by the property owner confirming that the garbage is a result of an illegal dump. And so I think that we have an opportunity to really help our community, because if I go out and do an illegal dump cleanup right now, I have to pay out of my pocket in order for that cleanup to actually be finalized and complete. And not everybody has that capability to do so, and we can really decrease the burden of doing the right thing by helping these groups that are doing the right thing and helping clean up our communities by lowering and decreasing that. Right now, if you go and adopt a highway and you clean up, you can leave your bags out for free, and they will be picked up for free by Caltrans. And granted, nothing is free, it's all paid through tax dollars, but they're not paying out of their own pockets for that public service to be paid for. And so I think this would mimic something that already exists. It would be limited. It would be up to Director Ewing to make a decision on whether or not he wants to approve that. But then having specific criteria would help him to say, yes, this fits, no, this does not fit. I just think we need some help, and enlisting the help of our communities and lowering the threshold of what it means to help would benefit us all.
Thank you, Supervisor Sabatier. I do, Lars, go ahead. I see Lars Ewing has his hand up.
Okay.
Jake, can you help him get unmuted there? There you go.
There you go. All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Lars Ewing, Public Services Director. I after this item was posted, well, I should say prior to this item being posted, I could not find any record of anything that allowed me or anyone but the board to waive fees for illegal dumps or for community cleanup events. However, after this was posted and just within the last couple of hours, we did find basically in the dungeons, quite literally, an old policy that never made its way into code that does address just this. I don't think it really changes what the board could give direction on, but it does address the ability of the Public Services Director to waive landfill fees only for an illegal dump, not an illegal dump site, not necessarily a community cleanup event that is a result of someone's personal accumulation, where the identity of who did the illegal dumping can be determined. So I just wanted to first off apologize that I didn't have this information in front of me, but what I think we can do here is the recommendation in the board memo, basically, direction to staff, it would still stand, because the policy that I'm reviewing, as much as it does grant the Public Services Director authority, it includes the requirement that community development code enforcement is involved, and I think it leaves too much gray area with respect to me making a determination of what can be waived and what couldn't. I can only imagine that, is that appropriate for staff to say, yes, I agree with this, and no, not this. I think it ought to be a lot more black and white. And when we talk about waiving of landfill fees, the landfill operates and is on its own. It is self-sustaining from a business perspective. But it also exists for the benefit of the public at large. And I think there's an opportunity there where we could look at ways for funds to be set aside, as Supervisor Sabatier mentioned, for a specific amount or a cap of funds that we would use for events like this. So I would just offer that, the direction to staff might be that communication with community development, as well as subsequent of going to the Salt Task Force to come up with this, to modify the policy, and I would recommend that we take the step of getting it in code, which is partly what caused the issue of not being able to find what the policy is. I defer to admin and legal counsel on what can and should be codified, but I think it would be helpful to have it in code. So I'll just end that there.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Anita, and then I'll go to you, Supervisor Brown.
What I can tell you here is that any delegation of authority should be ministerial, not discretionary. So your board's going to have to establish certain parameters within which a waiver can be made, and definitive enough so that it's very much like if you go get particular kinds of permits. If you have the money and you show various items to prove that you're entitled to a permit, you get a permit. There's no discretion. You're handed a permit. That should be the case here. I don't know about an old policy, but certainly that's up to your board whether you want to change it. But again, and when Supervisor Sabatier mentioned Adopt a Highway, that is a program, and it's the type of program your board may want to consider so that you can very clearly avoid gift of public funds issues and make this clearly a public purpose with the goals and parameters that are defined by your board. Thank you.
Thank you, Anita. Supervisor Brown? So,
it's been a while, but we actually used to have these. We used to do these, and the way we did it, Lars, I know it was before your time, but you may be aware of this. And unless it's changed, I think it's in the franchise haulers agreement that they're to do like white iron amnesty, some community cleanup and that type of thing. Because we did several of these. We did almost 400 tons of white iron. And I used my property. I donated my property to bring it all in, and they had Schnitzer Steel come up, and they did at a crusher. I mean, it was a huge operation. We had stuff coming from all over the county, and then we've done them up on Cobb, several areas. So maybe we should also have do something here. But I think there is an opportunity through the franchise hauler agreement that they bring in debris boxes and they allow for that kind of stuff. And then we worked with them for the fee waivers. So I'm not sure if that changed in that agreement, but that may still be in there.
Okay, Supervisor Brown, see Lars. Yes, go ahead, Anita.
I'm sorry, if it is still there, then that presents another avenue.
Lars, go ahead. Maybe we need to help him getting unmuted, Jake.
All right, there we go. Thank you, Jake. So Supervisor Brown, when I came on board, the ink had just dried on a on a new franchise agreement. The prior one did have a requirement that the franchise haulers would participate in community cleanup events. That's separate from waiving of fees, but they would participate in it in the sense of providing dumpsters and that nature. But the new actually does not have it in, but they will participate. They've indicated a willingness to participate with respect to what they do have oversight of, which would be the equipment, but not necessarily the final disposal. So I think that's really what we're
and I think what we did at the time was I guess we assumed, and the board actually approved it. We did these projects, and anything that they were hauling as a result of that event, the fees were waived on that.
Okay, understood. And that kind of comes back to the point of the board having that decision, authority to waive, not me, as Anita indicated.
No, of course.
I could agree more that, the ministerial nature of it, as opposed to, to be blunt, a willy-nilly decision on my part of what should be waived and what shouldn't. I'd like to get that clarified. So, so the policy, again, just kind of cleaning this 20-year-old policy up, I think is where we are now.
Yeah.
Okay, Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, Bruno, thank you for bringing this forward and also for discussing how we talked about it in each of our town halls. And I think with the town halls in general, just a couple examples. I know in Upper Lake, it wasn't actually the Worth Committee that conducted it, but they worked in tune with the actual neighborhood watch that was really pushing towards cleaning under the bridge. And so there's situations like that the town halls could talk about, like with the events I think that were mentioned before, maybe doing 2 or 3 a year in each of the town halls or town councils, in specifying it to be a cleanup day or cleanup time frame or whatever the case may be, schedule it, and then that way the fees can be waived for those events rather than having just a group that goes and takes it. The reason I know that this, in some instances, poses problems is I worked for a tribal government in a different area that had an actual big, huge garbage bin where the tribal community brought all of this garbage. After a while, people would just take it there out of tribal members would just negotiate and have them bring their stuff there, and it would fill overdue. There's people that take advantage of things like that. And so I think events are the best way to go, because then you can deem that and go forward from there.
Mr. Chair, if I could add one other thing.
Go ahead, Lars, and then go back to the board members. We've got multiple ones. Go ahead.
Thank you. Prior to another past history part that plays a significant role here is funding. Years ago, and I believe it ended in the 90s, the late 90s, there was a parcel tax for solid waste. That was eliminated in the late 90s. So when there's a parcel tax that's across the board for the county, the use of those funds would be for the countywide benefit. When it comes down to that parcel tax having been eliminated, 20, 25 years ago, if not more, 30 years ago, maybe doing bad math, but that now begs the question of where that funding should come from to account for it, whether the landfill is the appropriate avenue to simply waive the fees and accept it, or if it's some other avenue. So I simply bring that up, that the parcel tax having been eliminated in the 90s, it carries over the desire to do some of those countywide cleanup events and waiving of fees, but it eliminated a significant source of funding that was dedicated for and came from the county as a whole, rather than landfill fees dump fees specifically at the landfill, or hauler franchise fees coming from customers who subscribe to voluntary service. So that's another aspect that I think plays in here.
Supervisor Scott?
Thank you, Bruno, for bringing this forward. I think you hit it right on the head. We have groups out there willing to go pick up the garbage, and I think the barrier is paying for it to go to the landfill. I think we would have multiple groups wanting to go out and do the garbage. So I would love to see something come back to the board where we would have the ability to find the funding and waive fees or whatever we need to do, since the community is out there willing to help us pick up our garbage. And we all know that is definitely an issue we have here in Lake County.
Supervisor Brown, I know you had your hand up.
Yeah, so actually Eddie reminded me of the conversation. I was trying to think of, some of the discussion that we had when we talked about this kind of thing years ago. And he just reminded me. So one of the issues that we thought we might have, and we ended up having this, was we were doing these pretty regularly through the franchise haulers, and so people were conditioned to just save up all their junk and all their old furniture and everything like that, and then bring it to that. And so, Lars makes a good point about funding for the department that he's charged with the budget, and it's almost like they're whole, they do really well with their budget and everything, but we're almost like punishing them because they're doing so well. If they were, needing funding and all that, we wouldn't even be considering this. But it would be like saying, we're going to do, building permits we're going to waive building permits for just one day a month, like that. Everybody would wait till that day and apply. But they have to be funded somehow. So I think it's a good idea. I think you need to work through some of the finer points of it to identify exactly what it is. But I think more importantly than just waiving the fees is finding an alternative source to the fees instead of cutting back the revenue for a department. Find another source for that. Maybe there's a grant available that we could get that we wouldn't have otherwise gotten for community cleanup. I don't know, but maybe there's something out there that that could be considered as an alternative, because we've got some serious expansion issues that we need to deal with. We have funding. We've been really good about generating revenue, and as bad as the disasters have been, it has been a huge source of revenue for that department. But that's not going to last forever, and that expansion is going to be expensive. And by the time they get done with that expansion, you'll see the start of the next expansion plan. So it's not anything that you need to give up a whole lot of funding on. We're not talking about millions here. We're just talking about a few thousand, but it's a policy that's going to be in stone. So I want to make sure it's done right, I guess.
Supervisor Sabatier.
Thank you, and happy to hear the comments that are being made here today. I just think that the criteria can easily be limiting, and I don't think it should be a specific day or a specific or opening it up for anybody. I think it needs to be very specific. For instance, as I said earlier, if you're a nonprofit and your focus is cleanups, then you can have a relationship with public services to see what kind of waiving of fees you can obtain, whether it's through a specific event or through but I don't think that, at least the group that I'm speaking of, Citizens Caring for Clear Lake, which is really the only group that I'm aware of that focuses on doing this type of activity, they don't go and help people just because they've been waiting to dump. They go after a community area that has been completely blighted by illegal dumping. And so I think that the idea of saying it's a nonprofit focused on illegal dumping cleanups and not making it so that it's because I know when it was a 1 day a year free dumping, there'd be a line all the way down to the highway from the dumps. From the landfill, because people were holding on to their garbage, which only made it worse. But I think that this can create incentives for more groups like Citizens Caring for Clear Lake to organize themselves and help out in their community. This is a great way for us to do that. And I know that the conversation should probably be held till tomorrow, but if we're talking about funding, and right now I'm offering that we do a limit of $10,000, That's a drop in the bucket when it comes to our cannabis tax, and part of the reason for cannabis tax is environmental protection. And if taking care of illegal dumping is not under the guise of environmental protection, I don't know what would be. And so I think that's a small amount that can easily take care of any losses that would be accrued from waiving the fees. But at the same time, we need to recognize that if people didn't do this community service of cleaning up, we would just have garbage in the middle of nowhere with no fees to pay. In fact, maybe it would wait for us to pay our staff to go pick it up and then dump it for free in our own landfill, because we probably wouldn't pay for the landfill at that point. I don't know. But it would cost us so much more to wait for us to get to it versus providing some sort of incentive for our community to continue to do the good deeds that our community too often, but fortunately for us, often do to help us out. But so I think all of this is possible, and I agree that the criteria needs to be very specific, so that we don't see any abuse of this at all. And I think with the limitation of a certain amount, then the abuse at least would be limited. And I think $10,000, if that is to clean up, I don't see that as any sort of abuse at all whatsoever. We gain from it.
Supervisor Scott?
And I would like to see if, we do a limit of $10,000, every year, have them come back, if it's citizens of Clear Lake or Lars, and report of how much garbage was picked up and maybe where it was picked up. So we may want to add more to that, because like you said, Bruno, it definitely costs our staff a whole lot more to go out and clean areas up than these groups of people that are volunteering their time. And I've also seen citizens of Clear Lake, not just in the Clear Lake area, but they've been in the Lakeport area helping out with garbage pickup also. So they're all over the community.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, and I don't know how the citizens carrying, for Clear Lake, do they do trailers, Bruno?
So they don't deal with cars or vehicles, just garbage. And in fact, they do a really fantastic job of dealing with the garbage. They do a lot of separation of garbage to make sure that mattresses get recycled. That's one of their fundraising programs that they've created. They also make sure that the recycling goes where it goes, just because they also recognize that our landfill needs to have a certain percentage of recycling that occurs every single year, and so they don't want to just dump everything in one area. So they do a really good job of taking the time to do it right.
What I was asking is, do they do it in trailer? Like, do they take all the garbage with a trailer? Like, is that how they go and take it as a dump run, or in trucks, or how does that work out?
And I'm sure that, for instance, with the city of Clear Lake, they work often hand in hand with code enforcement, but most of the time they're doing their own personal events and activities for cleanups. But I'm sure that maybe that would be something that can be used, because you're right, the AVA, the Abandoned Vehicle Abatement Funds, does not take care of the garbage that might be filling up the RV or the vehicles that they pick up. And so that could be something that groups who come out and help out would be able to help us out with that.
Well, because the reason why is because I know that there's an organization on the North Shore that does the same thing. They do trailers in the community on Robinson Rancheria, and it costs roughly $65 per trailer. They take the trailer to someone's house, and then they fill it, and then they separate it and take it in, and usually it costs around roughly $50 to $65 per trailer. If they're doing it in trailers, that's $10,000 is like 167 trips to with that, especially doing it responsible as well, because they separate like the white metal, they separate the tires, they separate the refrigerators, things like that. That's quite a bit, so I think that would be a good start, just giving that insight.
Okay. All right, thank you. Yeah, obviously a good conversation. I'm glad that Lars was able to find some of the old policy that has been done. I think one other thing that takes on a new aspect too that has come to the Risk Reduction Authority is the green waste that's done every year. And I know the haulers bring things over in the trash cans, or at least one can to do those things. But I know with the new abatement ordinance that we have in place, that folks are looking for other opportunities to increase their green waste, which would help all the county folks in cleaning up their properties. So it's great we're having this initial conversation. hopefully it'll turn into more as far as goes down the road. So if there's any more discussion from the board, we'll go ahead and open this up. Go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier.
I just wanted to let you know that I see that Vicky Crystal, and I think that's all that I see, but she is on the Zoom meeting and she is a part of Citizens Caring for Clear Lake, wondering if we can let her speak first.
Yeah, that would be fine. So we're going to go ahead and open this up to public comment. And Vicky, Jake, if we get Vicky on, there you go. Welcome, Vicky.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for even bringing this up to the Board of Supervisors.
Vicky, I know we said your name, but could you just give us your name, please?
Yes, Vicky Crystal with Citizens Caring for Clear Lake. I wrote something this morning and sent it in, and I would like to read it if possible. I have been a volunteer with Citizens Caring for Clear Lake and on the steering meeting from the beginning of it, which was, we're in our 6th year. We are a nonprofit under the North Coast Opportunities. And daily, we are out in the neighborhoods picking up trash throughout our community, Sulphur Bank and within the city and the blighted lots that are all around here. Often we have large projects that we are able to gather teams to help us work on these. We have volunteers bring their pickups. We separate everything and we will take those to the dump. And we, pretty much, as Bruno had mentioned, that the monies that we get come from a mattress project that we're working with. And we literally weekly can pick up 16 to 20 mattresses a week. And that's mostly due to Ed Christwitz. Because on his efforts, and we get paid so much money every time we take these mattresses, and that goes into our funding so that we can actually encourage people that often are homeless and are people that are on very low incomes that need an extra boost, and we will give them like grocery gift cards for an hour's work, or to come out and help us. And oftentimes it does take, it always takes a tremendous amount of work, but anyway, any help that we could get, and I know like you've mentioned, we are not the only group in the county that does this. It's very near and dear to our hearts. We also offer vouchers to people that cannot really afford to go to the dump. They have to find a way to pay for it and then bring us the dump receipts. And I don't think that's something we should actually be doing now because it's mandatory. But if we don't reach out and help people like this, that is not going to go to the dump. It's going to go to an illegal dump, and that we see that all the time. So anything you can do is very much appreciated. I don't have the numbers. Tina, you mentioned, the numbers and the amounts that we take. We can certainly pull those together. Unless Barbara is on this call, she may have them. But we're talking tons. I mean, literally tons of, like 17, 20, 100 tons of garbage that we pick up a year. We keep a running tally the best we can of how much we pick up. And we don't have 20 or 30 people out there. It's often 5 of us, and but we do have volunteers that come in and go, and, but the 5 of us are the most regular people out there. So
3 minutes.
Okay. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Vicky. Lars, I do see that Lars has unmuted himself. Lars, you want to make a comment?
Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to express my thanks and appreciation to organizations like Citizens Caring for Clear Lake. I mean, they do a significant amount of work that so many people benefit from, and any statements that I talk about as far as the fees at the landfill and trying to ensure that things are done right. That's kind of spoken from an administrative point of view, but even I think from a departmental point of view as well, it goes without saying that they are providing a huge benefit, and they do it out of just a sense of decency, I guess I would say that it's something that needs to be done. So at least on behalf of the landfill and the department, I want to make sure that we express that thanks and do what we can within what the board either has or maybe will in the future allow for waiving of fees. There is a concern of the free dump days. I think my landfill manager would probably fall out of his compactor right now if he heard me saying that we wanted to do that. That has caused problems in the past. But that's a different animal entirely from community cleanup of events where it's an identified location where there's illegal dumping, whether it's public or private property. So again, just looping back on the good that is done from this, it's immense, and I think we can find ways to clarify policy and even maybe even code to make that work.
Thank you, Lars. Okay, do we have any other public comment on this item? Jake, I don't see any hands up, so if you could open the room again, please.
Yes, I will open up the room here. I've sent out a unmute request to the Zoom floor. If you would like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, Jake, you can go ahead and close the room, the virtual room, and I can see the entire boardroom. Doesn't look like we have anybody in the chambers to make comment, so we'll go ahead and close. Carol, do we have one written or email comment on this item?
Yes, we do, Mr. Chair. It's just a very brief comment that was left for you this morning. It's from Bob Dodson of Kelseyville, and he writes, concerned about excessive litter, garbage piles, and abandoned vehicles, including cars, boats, trailers, and RVs on Lake County roadsides.
Okay.
And that was our public comment as well this morning.
Yeah, that was our public comment earlier today too. Okay, we're doing public input. All right, thank you very much, Carol. We're going to close and we'll bring it back to the board. And I think this was direction only, but go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier.
And I just wanted to speak after Vicky Crystal got to say her part. I absolutely appreciate the fact that, yes, they might go all the way to maybe 100 tons worth of trash every single year. My goal here is not to waive 100 tons worth of trash going into the landfill. My goal is to start chipping away to see what it is that we can do to help them so we can have a symbiotic relationship to lessen the efforts that are always necessary each and every year. We've all taken part in nonprofits. We all know the struggle of fundraising, and in this new age of COVID-19 and in constant fires, it becomes more and more difficult to find some of those funds. And so I think this is a great opportunity to find new ways to move forward rather than continue the old ways.
Okay. Thank you. I think what we're looking for is direction to staff. It definitely seems like there's a majority of the board that would like to see this come back in some type of form that we can help move forward with this. So
okay.
I think direction is given. Lars.
Yes, I have the direction I need, and it's going to be a collaborative effort among, as usual. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Supervisor Sabatier. Moving along, I would like to go to item 7.5, consideration of amendment 1 to the agreement between the County of Lake and the Kelseyville Motel for COVID-19 emergency isolation housing. and authorize the chair to sign. So I know today we have Denise and also Katie on the line at this point, but go ahead, Denise.
Thank you, Chair Simon, and thank you, board. Yes, this is, as your board may or may not remember, a few months ago, we put out for a competitive bid for an RFP for these services. That was unsuccessful. We did not receive an adequate facility, but through Katie and Lars and logistics from the EOC, they were able to get Kelseyville Motel to be our SSTU hotel to isolate clients who cannot safely isolate at home, who are positive or who are waiting test results. We've gone through the first 2 months, and in the agreement, there is the ability to, with your board's permission, to extend it on a month-to-month basis. This is funding that's being covered through a CMSP grant to isolate these people during the COVID-19 crisis. And I'm happy.
Any questions from the board?
None.
Okay, seeing none at this point, we'll go ahead and open it up to the public. I don't see any hands up for public input. Jake, can you please open the room?
Yes, I'll unmute the Zoom floor here. I've sent out a unmute request. If you would like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, Jake, seeing none, go ahead and close it up. I don't think it has changed with the attendance in the chambers. I don't think, Supervisor Sabatier?
No, you're correct. No change in the chamber, but I did have a comment. I just wanted to thank Denise Pomeroy for sending me the original agreement since that had not gone by the board. Just wanted to say that the agreement looked good to me, and if there's no other comment.
We'll go and close public comment and bring back to the board for action.
Then I move to approve Amendment 1 to the agreement between the County of Lake and the Kelseyville Motel for COVID-19 emergency isolation housing and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Johanna, can you please do the poll vote?
Yeah, Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown,
Yes.
and Supervisor Simon.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Denise.
Thank you, your board.
And Lars. Thank you. Okay, moving on to our 7.3 item. Consideration of a resolution authorizing straight time overtime pay for management employee working beyond 40 hours in a week due to the Board of Supervisors declared emergencies. Concurrent with active emergency operations centers for the COVID-19 pandemic event and for the LNU Lightning Complex wildfire event, capped at 40 hours per event. Admin?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I'll present this item. So as you know, since 2018, there's been provision in both of your existing management agreements to allow a very limited amount of overtime to be granted to management employees who work an excessive number of hours during a board-declared emergency. This is in the Lake County Sheriff Management Association MOU, and it's also in the resolution for other management employees. However, this is the first time since the existence of this rule that we've actually brought a proposal together to your board to trigger it. This request started with LCSMA, the Sheriff Management Group, because of their work in the LNU wildfire disaster. And in looking at this, it was staff's opinion that if we were going to bring this forward for the consideration of your board, we certainly had to look at the extraordinary contribution of limited management staff in the COVID crisis as well. So as you know, hourly employees typically receive overtime when they work in excess of 40 hours a week, whereas management employees do not. In the case of Lake County, over the last 5 years, we've had 12 major disasters, and it's been your management employees that have served as the backbone of county disaster response, and on many occasions working very long hours and standing up in extraordinary ways. We added this rule in 2018 at the advice of our disaster finance unit because the only chance that it possibly could be claimable as a disaster expense would be if your board had a rule in place that allowed this. If your board approves this today, the subject resolution would apply to both the COVID-19 pandemic and the LNU lightning wildfire complex. In both circumstances, it's proposed that the overtime be authorized for management employees who've gone well beyond their customary duties during these two disasters, have been put in harm's way by the nature of their work, and have far exceeded 40 hours in a week. We've attempted to write this in such a way that it would truly address those situations, and I'm appreciative to both County Council and the Auditor Controller for helping me prepare this resolution for your consideration. They gave me their input. For the COVID-19 emergency, it's anticipated that that the management staff or public health would likely be only those that qualify under that event. As you know, the COVID situation is going on a long time, and the limited management group that is putting in a lot of hours, that would be who could qualify under COVID. For the lightning wildfire, of course, it would be LCSMA based on their request, and the sheriff explained to me that that they put in extraordinary hours operating the mobile command center that was based in the evacuation zone during the worst of that fire. The air quality director also indicated that he has been working extraordinary hours managing all of the ongoing air quality issues that's impacting all of us. And the social services director indicated that some of her management may put in a request for this because of their work with the TEP, the temporary evacuation points, which has been a new variation in managing shelter during a pandemic. So it is not anticipated that this would go beyond that. This draft was put out to all department heads, and they were all given an opportunity to describe situations where they felt their staff had worked in extraordinary ways. And that is the sum total of the responses I got for those situations. If your board approves this today, the Auditor, Controller, Payroll Office will develop a form. And in order to be eligible for this, employees would not only have to complete the form to be signed by the department head, but they'd also have to have documented the time on an ICS 214 activity form, which is the form I'm sure you've heard us talk about. It's the form upon which you document all the hours you've worked in a disaster. So that is why this is in front of you today. Again, the first time that we've brought forward such a request to you, despite having this rule in place, making it possible since 2018.
Okay, thank you very much, Carol, for all that background. Supervisor Scott, did you have a? Okay. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Supervisor Sabatier?
I'll just say this is a very uncomfortable situation for me as I no matter what our conversation is about compensation for the extraordinary work being done by our staff, whether management or starting position, it's tough because of the other conversations we just had earlier about more staff and so we're getting asked for more staff, we're getting asked for extra pay, and then as people can see in our closed session, it talks about salaries and benefits as well. And so, I mean, these are all different conversations that are happening all at once. And I also know that we approved of, I believe it was 80 hours of the Pell time or the Fell time, whatever it was called, so that if nobody uses those 80 hours, they can cash out. I believe it's July of next year. Is that correct, Ms. Hutchinson?
Yes, I believe you're referring to the essential worker leave. And so for our employees that work continuously through the COVID disaster and did not use the other federal leaves that were made available, because the way the federal leaves worked is that employees that weren't working during the disaster got 2 weeks paid leave while they were not working. And so your board authorized the essential worker leave as a benefit to those who continue to work. So it's a little bit different than this situation. And for those that have not used up all that leave by June 30th, 2021, up to 40 hours of that would be payable to them. Or in fact, it will be automatically paid to them.
So it's 40 hours, not the 80, but 80 that they were given for leave, 40 for cash out. And again, I get it that it's different, but it's piece by piece. Like we are so piecemealing the situation. My honest opinion is, because of other conversations happening, I would like to defer this until further, maybe next meeting, and so that we can have other discussions on these other items that I just brought up, to see how it is that we can make sure that we do the best and offer the best for our staff, management included. So that's where I'm kind of conflicted, is all of these conversations. It's hard to see each piece figuring out how do they fit within the entire large puzzle of what we're trying to solve. Because this request would not come if it was not, if we didn't have any issues of staffing or issues of salaries, and yet here we are. And so I feel like this is another piecemeal rather than an actual solution, and maybe this is what needs to happen, but I think I would prefer to defer so that we can have a larger conversation and then come back to this and then make a decision on it.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Sabatier. Obviously, I think when we're looking at the bigger picture and other things, there are going to be ultimately things that, that we do still have to just kind of close the gap on. And I think with all the disasters, everything we're dealing with right now, I think whatever we can get in place, as soon as we can or when it's presented to us, I think we take the opportunity to do that, and it can be looked at it, again down the road if there's a gap that we're missing. But implementing something, I think, in a when it's presented to us as this is today, that we should consider trying to move forward. Because I think it is a benefit to all those folks that are working very hard for us as we move through these. This fire season, COVID-19, everything else that we could not predict, as we were talking before it was brought to us. So, Supervisor Scott.
I don't know if the fact that if we were fully staffed, if our management still wouldn't have to work overtime to be able to deal with all the disasters that we're dealing with all at one time. So I would like for us to move forward with this today and not push it off, because I don't think one has to do with the other at this time.
So, Mr. Chair, I don't, have firm numbers to give you yet because this has not been authorized yet.
Yeah.
But I have a sense of how many employees might apply for this and be eligible. And so looking at starting with the COVID crisis for one, that one has gone on a long time. So my guess is that the eligible employees would all qualify for up to 40 hours of this. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, no more than 6 of those. For the LNU wildfire, I would anticipate potential applications from 10 or 12 employees across 3 departments. That was a shorter event though, so it's difficult to know if they would have accumulated a full 40 hours of overtime in the 2 weeks or so that this disaster was in play, because the eligibility period would be from the point the EOC is opened until the EOC goes into duty officer status. And off the top of my head, I think I can say that with the LNU fire, that was approximately 2 weeks. We're not anticipating that this is a benefit that would go to the entire workforce. It's a pretty limited group, if that's helpful.
All right, any more comments from the board? Okay, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. Jake, I don't see any hands up. Can you go ahead and open the room?
Yes, I will unmute the Zoom floor here. I've sent out a unmute request. If you would like to make a comment, please unmute and state your first and last name.
Okay, Jake, go ahead and close the room, bring it back. Go ahead and bring it to the chambers. I think the chambers are still empty, so can let me know if I'm wrong on that, Supervisor Sabatier?
You are correct.
All right, so seeing no more public comment, we'll go ahead and close it and bring it back to the board. Anyone who's willing to offer the resolution?
I'll offer the resolution.
Okay. Supervisor Sabatier?
No.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
It's not in the room.
Oh, okay. And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, moving.
Supervisors.
Yep, moving to our 7.1 item, our weekly calendars, travel reports. We'll start with Supervisor Sabatier.
Well, now that you said my calendar, I realized I didn't email John Benoit of LAFCO to let him know that I will not be able to make the meeting tomorrow because of our budget meeting, so I'll have to remember to do that. Before a budget meeting, I am going to pop in real quick at the Lake EDC, see how that conversation is moving along. If we are out by 1 o'clock, which I have a feeling we probably won't, we have an AVA meeting that at least is on my calendar. I haven't received anything for that. And then marketing committee at 2 p.m. for the city of Clear Lake. But again, that all stems on whether or not we will be done with our budget hearing. We'll be meeting with some constituents later on that evening to discuss some projects. Thursday morning starts with an EOC call. I'm going to be doing a tour of a facility of another potential project as well at 10 a.m. And then CSAC call over at 3:30, Clear Lake City Council meeting later on. Friday having a meeting with CC4C. And then on the 21st, starting over and meeting with our CAO in the morning, CSAC call in the afternoon. And that's all that I have, with obviously work all around in between those events.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, so tomorrow, same thing. RC is scheduled for tomorrow as well, but we have the budget hearings, so I'll be attending that. Also, I sent you an email because tomorrow also that was scheduled was a meeting with the Chamber of Commerce with Congressman Garamendi. We're going to discuss the situation at Lake Pillsbury. It's been a difficult task trying to get him to talk with us about it. Finally, somehow it got done. So that's happening at 1, but if we're finished with the hearings by then, I'll jump into it. If we could take a break at that time, I'd appreciate that, but if not, we'll figure it out. If the hearings go until Thursday, we'll be doing that. But if not, I have a tour scheduled out in Kelseyville with a project out there. Friday, Workforce Alliance of the North Bay at 9 a.m. And then let's see, I think Monday I'll be back here with the meeting with the CAO and back into the board meeting on the 22nd.
Supervisor Scott?
Carol, could we maybe see, because with LAFCO, I think it'd be really important to at least have a staff member there, because they're going to be talking about the South Main Street annexation tomorrow.
Yes, and Susan Parker will be representing us.
It's a shame that we're going to miss that. Hopefully they have a quorum. The next 2 days, budgets, but Thursday, if we end early, I have a COC meeting and a law library meeting. And my calendar's pretty open other than just normal work. And then on Monday, I have a Hope Rising Governing Board meeting, and then back here on Tuesday.
Okay, Supervisor Brown? Okay, I'll go to my calendar. Same as everyone else's, obviously. We have our budget hearings tomorrow. It's the same thing. I will have to send an email to John today, letting him know I will not be there. We do have some time scheduled Thursday if it's needed also for that. But on Friday, also have Workforce Alliance of North Bay. I do have that calendared on Friday. Do you have that on yours, EJ? Did you report on that? Yeah, and then on Monday, also have the Risk Reduction Authority at 3 p.m. And I know we had made the change with the recovery group, so I don't think we have that anymore. At least right now, we're going to go once a month from there. And our Thursday morning EOC call that will be happening. So at this point, that's what we have, just Lake County budget meetings this weekend. Bruno, it is a later date on the AVA meeting. I know we had our last meeting on July 15th. We're doing quarterly, so I'm pretty sure we have it coming up in November is when the date is for LAPCO, or AVA, and I will double check on that date.
Thank you.
Okay.
I also have the risk reduction on Monday with you. Forgot to mention that.
All right, thank you very much, and that will conclude our calendar for today, our regular calendar, but we are going to go into closed session, and we do have 4 items on closed session, and I'll read those items now before we go into close. So 8.1, conference with labor negotiator, chief negotiator, M. Long County, negotiator, Carol Hutchison and Pam Semick, and employee organizations LCDDAA, LCDSA, LCCOA, LCEA, LCSEA, and LCSMA. Item 8.2, in closed session, that item is conference with county, apologize. Conference with county negotiators, M. Simon, Bruno Sabatier, and Carol Hutchison, and Stephen Carter, temporary representatives designated to meet with county department heads regarding salary and benefits, and C. Unrepresentative management employees. 8.3, public employee evaluations, title Agricultural Commissioner, and title Public Services Director. And 8.4, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, State of California, UTLX, and on the Go Wireless LLC versus Kelco Partnership doing business as Verizon Wireless. And that is our closed items. So those are our closed session items. And so at this point, we're going to go into closed session.